Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room. Actually, the pre-market show, Thursday, August the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And before I start, let me just do one thing. A moment. All right. So, what is happening this morning? Now, I have not been able to find any earnings play that is making an all-time high. Not like the last couple of days where we were able to see a couple that were making all-time highs, and with PJ's help, we were able to ride them for a bit. I haven't seen any today that are making all-time highs as an earnings play, and I haven't seen anything making all-time lows either. However, let's take a look at DXC. I think that could be the one. Remember yesterday's SPR that just had a terrible, terrible day on earnings. I know you guys have been talking about DXC. Huge move down through that 200-day moving average. I don't know where the support is. To back this weekly chart out a bit more, you got to go back a few years, 3 years anyway. 20 may hold it, but I'm definitely going to be watching this DXC. Now, some of the smaller ones, this BMRA, I mean, it looks like tremendous news for it, but I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to know how it's going to really react. I mean, we had initial reaction up to 236 for BMRA. Something about CVS Health to begin a nationwide in-store sales of their product, okay, of their colorectal disease screening test. So it popped up to 238. It's given up about 50 cents. It's a fairly low float, 15.5 million in the float. But I really would much rather concentrate on the earnings plays. These little ones, yeah, they're exciting for a bit, but I just don't know how much more these things are going to give once they've had that big pop up, like the BMRA. The next high looking left, if it can get back up there, is around two. Again, it hit 236 in the pre-market. Cook is an earnings play, but it's a cheap one. It's not K, COOK is an earnings play. It is a cheap one, but it's a nice gap up. Definitely a nice gap up. All throughout that, or taking out that daily chart, all that stuff on the daily chart. Just looking to see where it could keep going before it hits the next high. Yeah, I wish it were a little more. I wish there were more room when I look left. I wish like the next high might have been like six. I think BPTH, isn't that didn't they do an earnings? Yeah, not an earnings, but a financing. Yeah, BPTH did a financing. That's what's getting it crushed right here, down 36%. So you're mentioning a Casa. Joby. Joby's an earnings play. Not looking good. Joby's an earnings play. JOBY, earnings play. Not looking good. So you can see, boy, if it takes out 767, BJDX guys on the move here. I'm just going to mention this one, BJDX. This is not an earnings play. I don't know what the catalyst is. I cannot see this. I cannot see what the catalyst is for this one. Boy, there is a catalyst. Look at this, right at the 200-day moving average, or a little over the 200-day moving average now. 935 is the 200-day, and BJDX just broke right through it. Last week, it hit a high of 1389. So there may be no catalyst. It's just the fact that it's crazy low float. Is it a reverse split today? Not today though. Earlier, right? 2 days ago. 9 days ago. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So it's a delayed reaction, definitely a delayed reaction. That will be the new float. Funny you mentioned this trading around the clock. I don't know if I saw that message before from Interactive Brokers, but what it says now is that trade 10,000 stocks almost, almost 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Almost. I don't recall there having that almost in there before. They may have, but it did say almost. So I don't know that if that means they're taking an hour off at some point. Yeah, it is going crazy. And again, if you're going to look for news on this, there is no news. As William pointed out, they did a reverse split about nine days ago, and I don't see any specific news on this one. It's just the fact that it's a low float, crazy low float. Did you see my message, PJ? By any chance, or maybe not? Run, I think, is an earnings play. Yeah, Run is an earnings play, guys. So let's see. Well, over 20, 20 could get it running. Uh-huh. Just not seeing anything that's really, other than the DXC and a potential short of it, takes out 20. W is an earnings play. Wayfair is an earnings play. W is an earnings play. Nice big gap up for it. Actually, I mean, look at this one, almost $80. I'm hearing RBOT, guys. Oh, it's under a dollar. Okay. 76. You know what? This W might be the one. It could be the one. It's not an all-time high, of course, but when you look left on that weekly chart, the next high is 91.95. This stock is at 80. So it's got some room to run to that next high. So definitely one to keep an eye on is the W. Would a robot do a financing or something? Mm, boy, I don't see any news on this one. RBOT. Usually when you see something like this, it's a financing, but I don't see any news on it. But the big drop also happened after hours yesterday. I can make it a little bit lighter, but I'm actually thinking of going back to my my trade ideas charts. I want to see how fast they load, and that is going to be the watermark there anyway. So what else? UPWK, UPWK. UPWK is an earnings play, guys. UPWK is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Again, I look left. I just don't see like a gigantic amount of room for it to keep going. And obviously, I mean, these could keep going and disregard all the stuff that's on the left of it when you look left. But I'd rather just see something cleaner. I'm hearing DQ also. DQ probably an earnings play, not Dairy Queen. DQ. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play, and this is a nice gap down now, getting rid of all this on the daily chart. Hmm, this looks pretty interesting, guys. I'm gonna back this out on the weekly chart a bit. This is pretty interesting. I'm going back to now 2020. Yeah, this could be interesting. DQ doesn't look like it's got a lot of short-term support. So I don't think BJDX is an earnings play. No, 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 no. What am I saying? It's not an earnings play at all. No, no. This is just the reverse split. Somebody, Peter, in the it's not an earnings play. Just the reverse split 9 days ago. So there's the low float, 569,000 in the float. And yeah, for whatever reason, somewhere there was some group that decided to pile into this because there was no news on this one. All right, guys, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting on the upgrade side. CLX, I know, was an earnings play, guys. CLX is an earnings play. I see it's been upgraded, but CLX is an earnings play. This is not an all-time high, but certainly a nice big gap on earnings for CLX. Oh, there's no question. It's a chat room pump somewhere. Say, boys, let's get into this one today and move it. Not us, not us. What I'm looking for right now is some upgrade. It looks like it's been a big upgrade with a price target, and I'm not seeing anything yet. But I'm also going to be looking for Morgan Stanley to see where they're up to. And again, I don't see anything from Morgan Stanley yet. Joby continues down, guys. JOBY continues down on earning. This has got a big gap underneath. It's got room underneath JOBY. Okay, so I'm really not seeing anything standing out on the upgrades or on the upgrade side anyway. Now here we go. Stanley, they're downgrading AMWL from 5 to 250. Take a look at AMWL. Why bother? Take a look at some of these downgrades and see if there's anything really interesting. There are some huge downgrades with a price target way underneath the current price. Yeah, I see BMO is downgrading DXC down to 25, but that's already below 25. Couple of downgrades actually. RBC, a couple of Canadian BMO and RBC downgrading DXC, and Deutsche Bank and Citigroup and Cowen. Guys, there are a lot of downgrades. A lot of downgrades for DXC. A lot of downgrades for like when I say a lot of downgrades, I'm talking about multiple firms downgrading DXC. 20 break could be absolutely critical for this to continue down. Well, Pioneer, I think he's just when TJ's saying the chat room pump, I don't think he's talking about a specific one or knows which one. It's just in general. So Spirit is being downgraded by Goldman, but it already had the huge day yesterday. It's already way below that downgrade price. So again, I see at least 5 downgrades in this list for DXC. Doesn't matter what the price, what they're talking about in terms of a price, but lots and lots of firms are downgrading DXC. I'm just assuming that Pioneer. It could be some Reddit, some Reddit group somewhere. But as always, you got to be incredibly careful. I mean, I got up to 12.24 and then right back down to 10. So they had a $2 drop just like that. Again, I'd much prefer trying to take a look at the earnings plays while we still have them for the next couple of weeks. DXC now, guys, underneath. Hmm. I hope DXC doesn't run away from me. I mean, I could take it now. I just don't like, unless this were an all-time low, I just don't like taking it too early. But boy, this looks like it's going to just keep moving here. As I say, I have a list of 5. There's probably more out there that have downgraded DXC. A list of brokers I'm talking about. All right, just really watching this DXC. It took out 20. Still kind of hanging around that 20 mark, 1975, 20 on the bid ask. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for another negative open. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel from our toolbar. Click on new, then dock channel bar. Go down where it says show more, and then I'm going to take a look at the sectors and see how they're doing. Obviously, they're all going to be, I don't think we're going to see one over 50%. Well, except for energy. So a little interesting. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE is a major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE, 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Interesting. So we're having a little surge in energy this morning. Okay. Consumer, actually, I'm surprised. We've got consumer staples at 50%. But look at tech, 82% are down from yesterday's close, communication 72%, etc. But yeah, so the big news right now is, in my opinion, depending on how well energy does, is that energy 90% of the stocks are above yesterday's close right now. Okay, guys, DXC just oh man, DXC, I don't know. I might nibble some right here. Pre-market, I know, but the problem is that it's down 27%. So when the market opens, we're going to be nailed by that uptick rule. Anyway, I'll figure out what I want to do just before the market opens. I know it is, Grumpy. I do know it is. What what percentage constitutes a halt? I'm not 100%. William will know exactly. I think I'm going to say it's just a volatility halt. I don't know if it's a 10%, in a certain time period. I don't know what that time period is exactly. Let's see now. 20. Okay, now I'm glad I waited. Let's see if it takes out 20 again for the DXC. The gap up scan, it's okay. You're talking about this. Yeah, I don't have it on my list. You got to give me a moment here because I'm really concentrating on this DXC. I want to see if it really gives up 20 again. Okay. We have a tough spread right now, 2025. But you know what? I think you can get the same thing, basically the same thing from here. Let me just do a quick look. Pre-market. Let's take a look at what we have for the pre-market. I don't know if they got rid of all the scans. Yeah, they have it just as top lists. Look, I really just use I don't know, I just have this is just sort of a sideline almost, okay? This is what I really use. The pre-market act is up and down. That was it right now. Okay, but here you can have this one. Actually, let's see if I have it up here. Load from cloud. Wrap up. Okay. Share. Here you go. And the gap down. Okay, guys. DXC now broke down below 20 again. You just got to think with all those downgrades. We get back out to 1960. I may take the times are in the 924. I may take that short if it gets back down to 1960 or so. Hey guys, so the DXE is still hanging around that 20 mark. All I'm really concentrating on right now to see if it really gives up 20. All right, guys, 925. So yeah, 2012, 2040. So the spread is getting worse. UPWK is an earnings play. It is starting to move, guys. UPWK is an earnings play, and the next high looking left looks to be about 1422 in the weekly. Is that correct? Yeah, it looks like 1422 on the weekly. Yeah, so look what happened with the DXC now. So I'm really glad I waited. There was no, we don't have anything regarding reverse splits. Sorry, JP. The stamp on the charts for reverse splits. No. All right, guys. 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes for the open. Just continuing to watch this DXC. It's been pretty crazy so far, pre-market. But I do think if it gives up 20 again, that could be it. But we'll have to see, of course. UPWK, guys, continues to move. It is an earnings play. Pretty low volume. Well, 188. I mean, it's a low volume right now, but I mean, it's obviously it's going to gain. Wow, look at this, 1339. So it is just popped here. The volume obviously is going to keep picking up as the day progresses. Never talking about taking these in the pre-market. Okay, I'm just talking. We got to follow it. Cook is cooking. Yes, Cook is cooking. Cook is on the move here, guys. Here's another earnings play, FSLY. Another earnings play, FSLY. It is it's got some room, I guess. 1899. Looks like the next high looking left. Approximately. Maybe actually I'm wrong. 1851. All right, guys, less than a minute. Less than a minute to the open, about 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of these. Get set for this open. Good morning, Brooke. And keep an eye on that DXC to see if it takes out 20 again. This is what you call indecision. Look at this big topping tail, big bottoming tail for DXC in the 15-minute chart. All right, guys, we're now open. Let's see what happens with this DXC. Okay, guys, run on the move here, guys. Run is an earnings play, and before Yesterday, of course, the market was down yesterday, so we can't. But this is one of those ones. Gap down big yesterday, gapping up big today on earnings. RUN is an earnings play. Solar play, of course. RUN. I think EVGO was an earnings play. Yes, EVGO was as a cheap one. EVGO is an earnings play showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. But coming into the 200-day moving average, 555. And again, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. My exception could be if DXC takes out 20. HST is an earnings play. No real action in the pre-market, but HST is an earnings play on the way down. Again, it is early. Hood is an earnings play. It could be interesting. It's not, well, it was. So look, I mean, we got had the alert had the alert on the 10-day daily breakdown at 1090, and then it just popped right back up. Classic reason why I don't like to trade in the pre-market. Sorry, in the first 15 minutes. Parrot, is this an earnings play? PARA, not an earnings play yet, but boy, I mean, they're getting hit, of course, with the strike, writers actors strike, 1497. So the next low looking left looks like around 1461. If it can take that out, the next low is 1376 for PARA. All right. Well, XPEV, if LI is on the move, so is XPEV. XPEV's on the move, guys. I was talking about LI, China EV play, of course. So this certainly is a better one than XPEV. I mean, XPEV just got hit a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. It is now trying to recover. Okay, guys, there's a DXC to take out that 20. Okay. I guess my noise canceling is working this morning. So look at DQ. There was another one that I was thinking may head down, but of course, energy was strong. DQ is an earnings play, but energy overall was strong. So okay, guys, DXC underneath 20 right now. I run on the what a run. Seriously, I mean, yes, pun intended. I mean, this is a huge run now for run. The 200-day moving average is 2236. So it's getting closer to that 200-day moving average. What a great earnings play so far for run. How is TAN doing? Let's take a look at the ETF for the solars and see if TAN is moving also. Yeah, it's having a pop also. And let's see, how about First Solar, FSLR, or the big guy in the solar sector? Yeah, so they're all having a bit of a pop here, but run on the move here. Yeah, look, Nova's on the run here again. Energy was strong pre-market. We saw that, so it appears that it's still fairly strong. Nova. Okay, guys, DXC, man, underneath 20 again. Boy, yeah, it's got to give up 20 in a big way. I think if it does, it could really start to move down. I'm not in it yet. I really, really do not want to miss it though. Yeah, I think Shady talked about Cook. What was his 625? Good, nice one, Trady. Trady. Nice one, Shady. Nice trade, Shady. Just too early for me to take these. Ooh, guys, FSLY's got some room here. FSLY looks like it's got room to, yeah, 20. Okay, it's an earnings play. It's got room to 20. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's got room to 20. It's an earnings play. And look at that. But it just broke down below 19 again. So I'm gonna have to put an alert. Around 1907. Excuse me. Boy, Spirit is still getting hit here, guys, after yesterday's earnings. Look at that. Remember yesterday? Earnings all the way down from 30 down to almost 20, 22. Still getting hit. Tiger on the move. Let's take a look at KWeb. Take a look at KWeb just to see what's happening overall with China. And the answer is good. So yeah, so the China stocks are having a rebound after yesterday. SPR continues to move down here. How about PAC B? PAC B showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown also. It's an earnings play also. PAC B is an earnings play also. Boys, man, SPR continues to move down. I think Goldman actually had a downgrade for them. I don't know what their price target was. Okay, guys, FSLY right back up over 19. This looks like a really interesting one. It's a little bit, maybe a little early for me to get it, but maybe not. Let's see. I mean, the longer it holds 19, it's got room to 20 and it's an earnings play. Ah, just popped on me. Okay, guys, and this is what I was afraid of. Oh, I got a fill. Okay, I got a fill in the DXC. Okay, it was down. Obviously, it's down more than 20% or 10%. Took me a while, but I did get a fill, so I'm in the DXC short. We'll see how it works now in the 70s. It was a little bit before that 15-minute mark, but I think Rely an earnings play also. Rely, yes, this is another. Wow, look at this, another earnings play. RELY is an earnings play. I don't see too much resistance that near. Well, understand, Jose, that this is not like second by second news, but there's a news tab right there. Do you have Interactive Brokers, Jose? Okay, use IB's headline. I mean, I'm telling you, it's if you're looking for more like faster intraday news, use IB's headline. Okay, this is good for I would call it pre-market, and you want to see what might have happened a few days ago. But I would just use IB's headline. That's what I do. Ah, knocked out of the DXC. So I'm going to wait one more time on this one. Took a 20-cent loss on that. You should have waited 5 minutes or for that 15. Remember TCOM guys? TCOM is having a surge. Had earnings a few days ago. I'm sorry, did not have earnings a few days ago. Not sure. I can't remember what happened here with TCOM. Whereas DXC is sneaky bad. Give me a moment. Okay, well, the market tried to put in a bit of a bounce here, big popping tail there, but the sellers are still in control. It looks like. No, it's not on my. I can give it to you if you want it. It's not on my homepage. Now there may be a sound alert on it. Okay, there may be a sound alert on it, so I can't remember if I saved it with a sound alert. Okay. So this got halted, eh? Oh, I see. ELIQ. Excuse me. ELIQ got halted. And where could it open? Well, Rely guys, earnings play, and again, I don't see too much. I mean, it's nowhere near a lifetime high, but I don't see. Oh, okay. It started trading as Rely back here. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart is around 25.73. Well, they're all resumed now. ELIQ was halted, but it just resumed ELIQ. But I'm sorry. I guess it resumed and then immediately got halted again. So we don't have the halt here, but ELIQ is halted. Okay, guys. Pack B is moving down. It's on the 200-day break. It's on the 10-day daily breakdown. Pack B, PACB. It's an earnings play. The only thing really holding it right now is maybe that 200-day moving average at 1074. Okay. The Pack B is an earnings play. And on the way down, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, the first alert was at 1201 at 1168 now. Was the news on ADMP? I don't know. I think it had a financing yesterday, perhaps. I don't think there's any new news on that one. I think it had a financing yesterday, didn't it? Or maybe I'm wrong. I think it had some news a couple of days ago, and then maybe it did a financing. I don't think there's, yeah. So they did a financing yesterday that caused it to get knocked down. So there's really no, I don't think there's any new news on this. Ah, gotta watch myself. I want to say a bad word. FSLY took off without me. CYH, yeah, CYH must be, well, I shouldn't say must be, but it's showing up on the option scanner. 494. It's got room. It's got room. 665 is the next high looking left. Next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for CYH. Pack W got a pack, not Pack W, sorry, Pack B on the way down now. Wow, FSLY, that was the one, guys. Oh well, there's got to be another one. Just because of the room it's got. Now 20 could block it. Looking at the weekly chart, looks like 20 could block it. Okay, market's putting a little bit of a pop on that second 15-minute candle. What do I think of GT? I don't know. Let's see. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Yeah, we're getting hammered down. I mean, so it's underneath 13. I like that. 1192 is the 200-day moving average, so it's got about a dollar to that. So hey, it's definitely got some more room to the downside. Now, again, I'm not going to tell you to take the trade, but definitely underneath 13, and it's got some room to the downside to that 200-day moving average. So this is a bit of a bounce. If you're watching the fresh, yeah, this is no, actually it's not an earnings play. All right, guys, CYH on the move now. CYH is on the move. For a while. And another halt. So there's the or resume, sorry. Neon just resumed. Neon. Neon just resumed. Not seeing a lot of trend yet, guys. Not a lot of trend. It was certainly interesting in that pack B, but it, again, it's just sort of chopping around a bit. CYH, I'm definitely interested in the CYH. Now, obviously there are some stocks like Rely, which are trending very well. Now, Rely is actually one of those down big yesterday, up big today. Probably see a few of these because, of course, the market was down so much yesterday. So we're going to see a lot of companies with red bars, and if they release earnings today and they're decent, we're going to see moves like this. All right, guys, CYH, CYH. I'm now in this one, so let's see if it has any sort of trend for a move. It's got room to six. Not saying it's getting to six, okay, but there's the next high. Actually, it's got even more. 653 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, but okay, Praetorian. No, no, it's okay. This is why the room is like this. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do the best I can to answer your questions. I mean, if I'm concentrating on a trade, it may take me a couple of minutes, but other than that, don't worry about. There are no interruptions. So first of all, living in Germany, welcome. You can use trade ideas anywhere in the world. Okay. Now, I don't know who your broker is. I don't know if you're talking about being an absolute beginner. I know Interactive Brokers works in Germany. Okay, so you need a broker, obviously. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We have ideas, generating ideas all day long. You can take the ideas that I've got. In other words, the scans that I have, I share. But that doesn't mean you have to trade just the same way I do, but of course you're brand new. What I would do is this. I can give you a bit of a course if you're brand new to trading. I can give you a bit of a course free. All right. So if you do click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link, and where you see Trading 101, okay, that is a free course, a lot of videos. It starts off really basic. The first video is what is a stock? Okay. You don't have to look at every single video, but if you're new to trading, I would really take a look at this. This was developed by one of our traders at Trade Ideas, so it's not third party. We will not be inundated with ads from third party. So I would start there, okay? And you'll need a broker, of course, at some point. And I'm pretty sure that Interactive Brokers works in Germany. CYH is ticking me off now too. Not a lot of, I mean, there are obviously stocks, and I've missed the Rely and the FSLY early. I'm going to try to have a little bit of patience on the CYH. Oh, you know what? Never mentioned GT before. I didn't even notice that it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 1316, 1262 now. I didn't even notice that. That was at 933. Now, it is coming into, let's see, the 200-day. That's still far enough away. Hmm. Okay, CYH. Now move for me. Okay. You've come right back up. Gel is an earnings play. See what's happening with Gel. GEL. Not an all-time low. Not yet. An energy play. Today is turning in for me a bit of a scalping day. I can see, kind of quick hitters. I'm not just not so the things I'm looking at anyway. Not seeing a lot of super strong trends of the ones that I'm looking at. Obviously, looking at the wrong stuff, but I can only look at I mean, the GT is excellent, but I'm unfortunately not in it. Is that why you asked me about it? Whoever asked me about GT earlier? Because it show up on my 200-day, my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, trading is not easy, Paradox, Praetorian, okay? I mean, you've got to learn how to read charts and things like that. You should be practicing in a simulator before you actually start trading, paper trading. Okay, UPWK. Now, the last time I saw UPWK, it was actually an earnings play moving higher. So obviously something has happened. Wow, that was a breakout long also on our AI. Now look at this. It just completely reversed. Well, there's no question. GT was definitely, it looks like the best one from that 10-day daily breakdown today. And for you Carvana followers, still over 50, 51, 56 now. Okay, guys, bounced out of the CYH. The longer it did not take out that 510 level, which is where I got in. Actually, I was in at 512. So loss on that one. All manageable, of course. Well, DXC is teasing me again. Oh man, GT is just getting thumped here on earnings. Good year, guys. Good year. Not having a good year, obviously. 1191. Now, will this hold it? Will that 200-day moving average hold it? Hey guys, Root is an earnings play. Root is actually an earnings play, and it is got some room. 1366. Now, will this one do it? Twelve ten, 1220 bid ask on the root. So remember driven from yesterday, guys. That was a tremendous short that I wasn't in. So it's trying to come back a bit. Obviously, it's got room. But remember, you got hammered down yesterday because of earnings. That is still in place. It's not like all of a sudden there's a miracle and all these earnings. It's now it's not as bad an earnings play. This is just a bounce play right now. DRVN. Gap up scan. That's all. Yeah, that's all I use it for is in the pre-market. You want it, as I said yesterday, if you want a gap up, I mean, this is basically gap up right here, gapping up. Okay. You know what the definition of a gap though is, Jose? It's the first print of the day. So I mean, but these are, I mean, that's the gap. That's the first print of the day. But these stocks are, I mean, they're moving higher. Like, what are you actually looking for? Your client ID. Not sure. Should be in this video. If you haven't seen this video, okay. If you click on that link, Brokerage Plus link, there are two videos. The first video, the short video, shows you how you connect to IB. Okay, and I'm pretty sure it must tell you what the client ID is. Jose, the scan I use is the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, it's a top list. That's basically what I use. In the pre-market. Okay, and again, what scan to use during market hours, that's up to you. I mean, you're asking a question that, I mean, this is what I use, doesn't mean this is what you have to use. Okay. This is what I've said many times. I love my option plays and my breakout and breakdown, but that's what I do. Doesn't mean that's what you have to do. So I mean, when you say what scan that you should use, I don't know. If you're new to trading, you have to develop your own trading style. I mean, if you want to follow these, that's fine, but that's what I do. But there are, many different trading styles. Others will not do this because they'd rather play pullbacks, things like that. Thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. It is 74.96. Okay. It's been so long, of course. Dan Z, I just put in my homepage link. Okay. So if you want my scans, anybody who's looking for my scans, click on my homepage and then scroll down until you see the scan section. And so these are the ones that I really pay attention to, the option plays and the breakdown and breakouts. Okay, those are the ones I pay attention to. I have other scans that I'm sharing, but again, everybody, all sorts of different trading styles. Is it really? Yellow salted on the way up. So yellow's still alive and kicking. All right. Well, yesterday's or 2 days ago, the high was 5. All right, guys. Okay, DXC, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? DXC now is it the low of the day? I'm just finding it just too darn erratic, but is it now finally going to do it, make its way down? We don't know. That's a rhetorical question. Rhetorical question. I'm not expecting anybody to say anything. Look at this market, guys. I mean, we're back into that kind of real choppiness. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails in the SPY. All right. Well, obviously China is starting to run again, guys. So Billy is on the run. Billy, BILI, on the run. The 200-day moving average, 1934, a dollar away. But China's on the run. Probably a lot of the China stocks are on the run. Okay, DXC sitting at 1961, 1960, 61 on the bid ask. Well, I actually tried to get some in 1960 and I couldn't get a fill. There are lots of shares available, of course, but that uptick rule. So I could not get a fill. I left it there for about 30 seconds at 1960 on the bid, and they will not fill me yet. So another China stock, I believe, IQ. Yeah, another China stock on the move, guys. IQ on the move has a little bit of room to 630. This is showing up again as a China stock moving. Well, if this doesn't tell you that you have to have a stop, nothing will, guys. Look at the CYH. So yeah, I was in this one at I think it was 511, 512, 511. Okay, got out just over five. I was watching it trading. I could have had a little bit of profit up to 521, but I was looking for more, obviously. I could have got stubborn and said, yeah, it's going to come back. And listen, it may come back, but look at this. This would have turned into a much bigger loss, a much, much, much bigger loss. And I'd be kicking myself if I did not obey my stop. Well, this DXC looks like it wants to move down, but I just can't get they just will not fill me because of that uptick rule. Well, AMSC guys coming back. That had a huge down day yesterday. Massive down day. 2 days ago, this was a $17 stock. It closed yesterday at $11. It is trying to come back a bit. All right, so there's Yell again. Yeah, Yell again. This, of course, was the big one 2 days ago. Got up to $5. Well, there's the DXE, guys. Try to get it all. I tried to get it in 1970. They just would not fill me. Now it's doing what we thought it might do. All right, guys. Maybe we look at Driven over 16. My only caution on this is that, for the reason it got hit hard yesterday on earnings, still in place. Uh, oh well, DXE. I'm sure that some of you, if you depends where your stop was. I mean, you if you would have been stopped out of this trade unless you had a very wide stop, meaning then that you had not as many shares. But now it's doing it. All right, take a look at something else. See if there's anything. I see Ballard is trying to do BLDP. Yeah, ugly, ugly looking daily chart, in my opinion. Okay, guys, Pac B on the way down again. This sort of performed a little bit like the DXC, real choppy, but Pac B now on the way down again. The 200-day moving average at 1078 or so, 1074. So it's a dollar to that 200-day moving average. I just don't trust the trends today. They're definitely not feeling it. All right, this one, CWAN is an earnings play. CWAN is an earnings play. And again, I look at it, it's got room. I mean, it's got all the indicators that look good to me. It's got room to 1867 on the weekly chart, so it's at 1780. I just don't trust the trend. Now, typically we say, something that has earnings or has specific news for it doesn't care too much about what the market's doing, but I just don't feel that today. So I don't want to go long anything when the market's putting in another red bar, even if it is an earnings play. Now, court, right? Now, court is on the move. The first alert happened at 29:30. Now, the next high looking left is 3016. I mean, in theory, far enough away from 2941. It is an earnings play. CORT is an earnings play. 2939, 2941, 2946 on the bid ask. NCR is an earnings play. Let's look left on this one. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. You look left on the weekly chart. 2918 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, so about $1 away. I think is WSC an earnings play? WSC, is this an earnings play? It is an earnings play, yes. Again, I look left, and the next low looking left is 42.51. I mean, dollar what $1.70 away or so. I mean, I'd love to take the Pac B right now, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem that sort of a day for me anyway. TGI, I think that was earnings play yesterday. Triumph, TGI. Welcome, Suni or Soon, in our YouTube room. So I do share some scans. Okay, the scans that you see, I am sharing. So I don't. So you can kind of pick and choose. Now, when you say you are a newbie, are you talking about being a newbie to trading or a newbie to trade ideas? Because if you're a newbie to to trading, I mean, it's not just just having my scans are not going to help you. I mean, it gives you an idea about what might be moving down or up, but how to trade them is another issue. So, what I would do is this: I've given you my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Just a minute. So you'll be at the top here. This Trading 101 it's a great course, I think. Put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, and it'll cover a lot of aspects of trading. So I would really, if you're new to trading, you're going to have to put the time in. I'm not just talking to you, but anybody else listening to me. Now, my scans are here. These are the scans that I am sharing. Okay. There's the option. Oops, the option plays is right here. Option plays right here. This is the momentum up and down, talk momentum up and down. This is the halts resumes right there. This is a single stock window. Again, this is customizable. This is what I like to see. And then I have some other scans that I'm sharing on my other windows or other monitors. But again, there's no point. I mean, you can take a look at those, but you've really, really got to understand how to trade too, and use the simulator. Practice trading using our simulator. I'm going to demonstrate simulation. You know what, guys? My goodness, I may take this SPR for breaks down 21. Still super weak. I mean, I know it's extended and all, but there's really nothing holding this up. All right. Well, let's see. I got a tight stop on it. Let's see if it continues down. And I'm talking about the SPR on a short. Hammered down yesterday on earnings, and I saw some analysts this morning still hammering them, putting. I don't know if I saw a price target. I think Goldman had a price target, but I think it was already below that price target. Where did it show up also on the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown? First time was at 21.80, so a dollar ago. That's on the breakdown. On the option scanner, 21.18, so a little bit later. Other filters hadn't been met. Here's another one on the way down. CLVT, is this an earnings play? Yes, it's an earnings play, CLVT. Now, a giant red bar. Save is another. So here's Spirit Airlines. Save is another airlines, guys, that is moving down on earnings. And the next low looking left is 1540. Let's just take a look at Jets. I'm sure Jets is yeah, Jets is selling off. Remember here, guys, this is not that long ago. This is back July 13th. So Jets, all the airlines were ripping higher. Now look at them. So if you want to short the airlines, I mean, here you are. There's the Jets. You would think it'd be easy just to short anything, right? But, with the market doing what it's doing, but again, it's not as easy as it looks. Yes, Wendy. So good question. And in fact, it's 10:32 now, so I should go over some of the things that you'll find on my homepage. So the question was, can I use a simulated or simulator without using a funded interactive workers account? Yes. So in order to use our simulator, all you need is our standard service, okay, our standard package. And then as long as you're using our downloadable application, if you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, this is not available. So assuming you are using our downloadable application, then you have access to this module that we call B plus, and then you can get into simulation mode and uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. You don't need a broker at all. It uses our real-time data. Okay. So let me go over my homepage in a little more detail now. I've talked a little bit about my homepage as people have been asking for some of my scans and all, but I'll go into my homepage in a little more detail right now. What you'll find on it. So again, if you click on my homepage link, it'll be at the top here. So here is a promo code you can use to take out a subscription. Excuse me, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. If you if you do want to take out an annual subscription, but do not take out an annual first. Start off with a monthly. Okay. If you like the program and you do want to take out an annual after, great. I can get you a 25% promo for an annual. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run you through. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes. If you're brand new to trading, it's a course put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay. I think and it's free. It's a free resource for you. I do a stock of the day video. I'm not sure what it's going to be today. You can sign up for that. That is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. I think earlier on in the week, it was probably working very nicely, but like with most stocks this week, probably not that good now. But it is free, and you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. This is the education section. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. Let me expand this just a little bit. So there's the getting started section again. More detail about what the alert window is all about, what a top list window is all about. You want to learn about our stock races right here. I would absolutely understand how to put a price alert on a chart. I use it all the time. Okay, very simple to do. Getting started series is right here again. We'll hammer this point home. This is a software program like any other software program. There is a learning curve. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today being Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. So I'll make sure of that. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I will put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break so you can head over and listen to Steve. And last, here again, if you're looking for my scans, when you click on my homepage link, here are the scans that I'm sharing right now. You don't see every scan that I'm sharing. I don't want to inundate the share what I'm sharing with all sorts of more data. I almost have too much going on right now. But this is what I use in the pre-market. Jose, you asked me. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay, these are top lists, but this gives me an idea about what maybe could happen once the market opens with some stocks. This is the option play scan that you see here, right up here. This is the momentum scan right here. On my other Monitor, these are the 10-day daily breakouts and down. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans right here, including the halts resumes that you see here. Now, I'm trying to hammer this point home, guys, but just want people to understand this is a free room. Okay, now let's keep it free. How do we keep it free? Well, if you decide to take out a subscription, you can either do a couple things. You can save my homepage link later on, next week, next month, next year. You want to take out a subscription? Great. Use my promo code. The room gets credit. Okay. So the company knows that the room is quote unquote working. This is a free resource. It's a free room, but obviously we do marketing through the room. So the company wants to know that, the room is sort of paying for itself. So that's all I ask. If you take out a subscription, just use my promo code. Now, that is true. Okay. If you're looking for if you're in the States, okay, I mean, it's not available in Canada, the commission free trading for IB. You're right. You need to be, you can only use I guess what they call their pro service. If you want to use this window called Brokers Plus in order to trade from within Trade Ideas. All right. Yay. I'm glad to see this SPR. Okay, can I recommend Holly without broker account for new users interested in swing trading? Well, okay, the AI or Holly, I mean, it's a call it a day trading vehicle. Okay, I mean, it gets out at every trade at the end of the day. Now, if a trade worked well for you and it closed well, and there's room for it to keep moving, it's up to you then if you want to use it, if you want to yeah, if you want to use it as a swing trade. Okay, a particular stock, that'll be completely up to you. Now, when you say without a broker account, you always need a broker. Okay, you need a broker to trade. I mean, Trade Ideas is a scanner, but you need a broker to trade, be it Interactive Brokers or E Trade or any other broker out there. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. The only thing I think what people get confused is that if you want to use this window that we call Brokers Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, then you have to have an Interactive Brokers account, the Pro account, okay, not the commission free, or an E Trade account. But it's not mandatory. Okay. I mean, we're a scanner. You can use any broker you want. Okay. So I'm not sure to answer your question, I mean, the AI generates alerts all day long. I mean, you can choose to, if, at the end of the day, if you got into one and you think it still looks good, based on a chart, then it'd be up to you if you choose to hold it. Give me a moment, guys. So does that make sense? I'm talking to Soon Toft in our YouTube room. Oh, RSI about to break out. I thought you were talking about literally the RSI. Okay, guys. Well, I've at least made back most of my little losses on those first two trades with the SPR. I've covered some of the SPR. So now I'm basically flat for the day, and now I can maybe concentrate on finding something with a little more of a trend in it. Herbalife, HLF. I wonder if this is yes, this is an earnings play. Now, if this were a different day, I'll be looking at this and going, wow, I mean, this has got room until almost 20. Okay, almost 20 when you look left on the weekly chart. I just don't trust the day. I mean, we're putting in a green candle here, but I just don't trust going long really anything right now. And by the way, Alex, this thing with the with IB Light and IB Pro, it's not that we don't want to be able to connect to IB Light. They just won't let us. Okay, it's not that we don't want to. I mean, yeah, commissions are cheap. I mean, it's a half a cent a share, unless you're trading like crazy low priced penny stocks, and taking 10,000 shares a trade. I mean, it's half a cent a share. It honestly is not to me the end of the world. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. Okay. I want to show you what the difference is between a scanner and a screener. We screen, of course, and there are a lot of screeners out there. So if I look at this alert window that I call Momentum Up, and I right click and I click on Configure, then I click on the summary. This is the screening aspect. Okay. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $150 and the current volume is at least six, that means it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day. Okay. Minimum volume of 300,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. Volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. This gives it the momentum. That's why I call it momentum up. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay. That's why we see VMAR at 1044, at 440, and now you can just see it made another new high. Okay. RSI, somebody was talking about RSI making another new high. That's why we see these. Okay. So that's what we're really good at. I say a lot of screeners out there. I mean, if you want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day or down the most for the day or highest relative volume for the day, things like that. Of course, we can show things like that and the screening aspect of trade ideas. But what we're really good at, all right, another new low for SPR. Thank you. Um, we're really good at real-time alerts. Okay. So I am sharing a lot of my scans in our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans in here also. So if you don't want to build a scan from scratch, you can take my scans, you can take some of the scans that are here. You might find a scan that kind of interests you. I mean, this may not interest you at all. You may hate the idea of looking at stocks that are at the high of the day or the low of the day. You may want to play something more on a pullback. That's fine. There are scans for that. The other thing too is that if you take my scan and you look at this and you go, well, I like the idea, but I hate the price range. Well, I should say hate, but if I just rather have a different price range, do it. All I have to do is click on the icon and where it says minimum 1 and max 50, you can change it. Let's say you wanted to look at stocks between 10 and 100. I'll click on the summary and there it is. Okay, so you can, of course, you can take my scans exactly as they are, or you can tweak them if you want. And if you get used to using trade ideas, you can start looking at the other filters that we have. Maybe you find one, man, I wouldn't mind trying that filter in this scan. Okay, and that leads me to the next part. If you want to build your own scan, of course you can. I right click, configure. Now I'm going to click on search. Don't get overwhelmed by what you see. We have a lot of real-time alerts right at the top here, the new high and the new low. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. When you see these icons, those are the real-time alerts. And these, look at Herbalife on the move, guys, HLF. And these are our filter icons. So do not get hung up. Do not get hung up on how many we have. The reason we have so many is when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough different filters and enough different real-time alerts so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. If you want to build your own scan, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. I use, I would say about 0.5% of them. I have a very simple trading style. I couldn't tell you what half of it, probably 90% of these do. Well, I can read what they do, but I'm not interested. But you might be, you might be interested in the 10-minute MACD cross below zero. Well, there it is. I got to watch myself today on that DXC. This is my number one focus today, my number one. But look how choppy it was in the first half hour. Oh well. Their minimum is $1 a trade. Their minimum is $1 a trade. Okay, guys. So that is in a nutshell what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, we're a scanner. You can use, it doesn't matter where you live in the world. Somebody from Germany asked earlier, can I use Trade Ideas? Sure. We don't restrict the use of Trade Ideas anywhere in the world. You have to have a broker, of course. So as long as your broker allows you to trade US stocks, then you're set to go. Doesn't have to be Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. It can be any broker you want. Now, what we talk about here, this window that you see that we call Brokerage Plus, sure, there's a way that you can use Trade Ideas to trade from within. You don't have to, even if you have Interactive Brokers, you don't have to use this window to trade from within, but certainly it is there. What is Sear doing? 2482 earnings play. Earnings play yesterday. Now, I'm going to just show a video, or not going to show the video, but just give you a link for a video, a couple of videos. Well, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There were two videos, or there are two, there are two videos. The first video, or the short video, shows if you have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use it to trade from within. Okay. The other video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this Brokerage Plus window. How I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, do not start trading live until you practice. Simulator is very simple to use. You have to have our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, it is not available. Okay. And you would click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And this window will show up. You may have different column headers than I do, but it's all customizable. Now, when you load it, depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, but it could say not connected. Okay. Now you'll notice underneath Brokerage Plus there are two options. One says live, and one says sim. Click on simulation, paper trading, and then the not connected. Now again, it depends on the version you're on. It should change the simulator. If it doesn't, if it says account, just click on it and then then you'll see this little pop-up simulated trading default. Click on that and now you're in the simulator. Okay, let's take Driven. Just want to show you. Okay, let's take Driven right now. I might have to reload. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I'm going to have to reload Brokers Plus. Not a big deal, but okay. I'm going to click on Driven, and the symbol will show up in the box. There's a quantity box you can pick out of this list, or you can, of course, pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm going to take I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to buy at the market. The spread's only a penny, and then send it. So now I'm in this trade. Okay. Now this trade from this was a trade I was demonstrating yesterday. EQRX did not exit it yesterday. So if you want to practice swing trading, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay, and it'll carry over the next day, obviously. Okay. Now look at Yell now, guys. Not over. There's the high of 2 days ago, $5. All right, so the SPR gave me something. I wish it had gone down to 20, but oh well. At least I basically recouped. Okay, I'm just going to briefly talk again. If there are people who are new, I'm going to put a little money management in here. I'm going to add a stop order. Okay, and it's going to be at 1594, 1594. When I do that, you'll see, oops, on Driven, you will see minus 100 somewhere. Here it is, minus 100. So again, I went over this in a lot more detail yesterday, but just in general, okay, when I trade, the way I take a trade, I have a checklist. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. I know that's the first thing. Well, what's your checklist? I want to follow it. I'm not saying you can't, but before I take a trade, I don't take a trade just because, well, I think this looks good, or or somebody. I never, obviously rely on stock tips or things like that. I don't care what anything anybody says on Twitter or anywhere else. Okay, so I have a checklist. Most of the things are already checked for me because of the scans I create. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range I like to trade, the minimum volume that I need, maybe the minimum relative volume that I need, things like that. So a lot of the things are already checked for me in my scans. The next thing I do is I click on the symbol, I check. First thing I do, I look left. I want to see, okay, if I took this trade, where could it keep going until it hits some a resistance area? I'll look on the daily chart first, so I'm looking for the next high on the daily chart. That's why, the Driven is interesting because the next high is way up here around 19. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I check on the weekly chart. So that's the first thing I do. The next thing I do is say, okay, if I took this trade, if it doesn't work, where am I going to get out of this trade? Where is my stop? So what I did in this particular one, just to make the math super simple, is I put a stop 20 cents away. Notice I got into this trade at 1614. The stop is at 1594. That is 20 cents away. Now, how I determine where my stop is going to be, where I'm going to get out of the trade. Typically, I look at a 15-minute chart and I check to see where I think there could be a support level, a price that if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. The problem with that, if you're starting out, is that where I think there could be a support level may not be as evident to you, or other people may look at my support level and say, I don't agree with that. They could be trading for years, not agree with that, and that's fine. So if I were starting out, what I would use is maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason being is that that's a definite number. There's no guesswork. Okay. So you can practice doing that. Practice in the simulator. The low of the previous, say, 5-minute candle. But in this case, I put the stop at 1594 just so that I wanted to make the math easy, because the next step about trading is Okay, if I'm wrong on this trade, how much am I actually willing to lose dollar wise on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, I assume that it makes sense that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. Okay, that's why. So I took 500 shares, but why 500? Because if I take my entry here at 1614 and my stop was 1594, so that's 20 cents away. If I'm risking $100 a share, I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. So in other words, I am not taking the same number of shares every trade. And the way I trade, I also try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. Now you can create an Excel spreadsheet and you can put your entry price and your stop, and that'll automatically then calculate how many shares to take based on that constant risk per trade. Now, somebody said yesterday, yeah, but what if a stock is really fast moving? Obviously, I mean, if it's super fast moving, you're not going to get like the number of shares might not necessarily be exact. I'm not going to get too hung up on that. But I mean, if a stock, if you input 16, or if I inputted 1618 and I'm sorry, 1614 and 1594, and it calculated 500, but I would only be able to take the price or the trade at 1618 because it already moved 4 cents. I'm not going to get it. So maybe I reduce it to 490 shares. Okay, in my head, not going to get too hung up on that. So until you can make money in a simulator, do not trade live. I know the temptation is there. You want to get trade ideas, you want to fund your account, and you want to immediately start trading. Going to say, don't do it. Trading is not easy. Okay, we have that video, that course. You can take a look at all of that, get you some ideas. The basis behind support and resistance, fair sizing, things like that. You've got to spend the time. I know nobody wants to hear that. All you want to hear is that trade ideas. Well, when I get an alert, I guess I take the trade. The program is called Trade Ideas. Mira. Okay, Mira is an thank you. It's just showing up in the resumes. IPO priced at what price? What price? $7 a share. So it's right at the price. Still not still nothing unbelievable yet with this one. This is an IPO today. When I say unbelievable, so if it was priced at 7 and it's sitting right there, in other words, it didn't open at 9 or 10 or 11, showing there's a lot of excitement about this right now. It doesn't mean later on it might not get exciting, but what I'll do is I'll just put a price alert at the high right now of the day. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay, so let's say you've practiced trading, you're getting good at it, you're making money, you practice, a few months in there, and now you're making money, and you feel now you're ready to take the step to trade live. You heard me earlier, if you were in the room earlier, my CYH. So here's the CYH. Okay, so I got into this trade. It looked pretty good to me anyway. When I looked left, there was a lot of room up to about $6. So I got into this trade. I think 511. It showed up on the option scanner. It's an earnings play. Everything seemed to be in place for me to take this trade. Well, guess what? It didn't work. took a small loss, took the manageable loss. Had I not obeyed my stop, I would have had a far heavier loss. That one, in the simulator, I'm demonstrating $100. Okay, that is the risk for trade. So sometimes, you get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. And so you disobey your stop. You think, you know what, this is going to come back. All sorts of good news. The room's talking about it. It's an earnings play. News is not one reason why I take a trade. It's a bonus, but you can't believe it's not working. So what happens is you start disobeying your stop, and you let that $100 loss turn into two, three, four, $500 before you finally get out of the trade and kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's one scenario. The second scenario, which is almost as bad, is not obeying your stop, and then it does come back for you, and now you're up two, $300 on the trade, and you really are happy you didn't obey your stop. And of course, that can happen. I mean, CYH could come back later on in the day. Sure, it could. But I'm telling you that, in my opinion anyway, money management is the absolute key to trading. And you've got to be able to control your emotions. In my opinion, obey your stops, get out of the trade. If it hits your stop, you can always get back into the trade later on. Okay. If it sets up sort of the same way, like if this sets up the same way later on in the day, I may end up taking the trade again. Commissions are so cheap, even if I have to pay half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. Okay. It's not a reason not to get out of a trade because of commissions. So that's it, guys. I'm off my soapbox. Okay. All I can tell you is practice, practice, practice trading before you start trading. Now, that a lot of people say, well, how long is that going to take? I don't know. How could I possibly know? It all depends on how much you're willing to put into it. Watch those videos. Some people pick things up faster than others. Some people have better control over their emotions than others. It's impossible for me to know. Well, you don't. Okay, LJ, you don't have to use B plus to trade. You have an IB account. You don't have to use B plus to trade, but I mean, if you want to, it doesn't matter how many. Well, enough cash to get a pro account. What do you mean by? I mean, you've got the light. You've got IB light. Well, then you can't use. You cannot use B plus to trade. Again, you can only use this if you have Interactive Brokers. You have to have their pro version. Okay, but again, it's not mandatory to use this. I mean, I don't use it. Even if I, and a question in our YouTube room, is there a reason to use V Plus and simulation if you have to trade manually on your other broker platform? Well, I mean, again, you shouldn't be until you get good at trading, you shouldn't be trading. So you can use a simulator, okay? But you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. Some people, it's a feature, it's some people like to be able to trade from within the platform. I don't. Even if I didn't have, I'm not gonna toggle back and forth between simulation and a live account, number one. Okay. Not, your trade, you have to be completely. Just give me one moment. So when you trade, I mean, you've got to have complete attention, obviously. So I'm not going to fiddle around trying to, am I in the simulator? Am I in my real account? But the way I trade is I'm only in usually, and here's Tupperware guys going. So Tupperware, so we're actually back into this little nonsense with Yell and Tup. So I'm typically only in a couple of trades max at the same time. So for me to manage my trades, I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. I mean, I've been doing that for years and years and years. And for me, I would see no reason to change for me personally. Would I use Brokerage Plus to trade? Probably not. I'm just so used to using the order entry from within Brokerage Plus. You have to have a Yes, you have to have a Trade Idea subscription in order to use the simulator because it's using our real-time data. Okay, and obviously, we have to pay for the real-time data to the exchanges, and that's where your subscription comes in. I saw AHI was halted right at the beginning of the day. I don't know if it's unhalted. I saw AHI was halted at the beginning of the day, and it's still halted. No, I don't see what the news is. It's a news halt, yes. Well, look at KD. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, not yet. This is just getting hit hard. Oh man, I wish I'd seen this one a little bit earlier. I mean, I saw it here, but again, I just a little distracted. But there was the alert, 10:26, 12:51 was the alert. So what you're seeing here, this is the don't repeat version of this. So you'll see KD every time it makes a new low. Okay, that's why you're seeing it over and over again. Here, this is the don't repeat. So this tells me the first time the alert happened. And I love to see this because now I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from the first time? There's the time, 10:26. There was the price at 12:51. I can look left and say, wow, okay, it has moved, 25 cents already, maybe on the way down. So a lot of times, you can take a look at one of these and say, well, has it moved very much? And if it hasn't, there's still maybe an opportunity to get into the trade. Remember run at the beginning of the day, guys? Remember run was this is what I'm saying. This has been a real tough trend day. I mean, look at this. Run was soaring higher on earnings, and now it's giving it all back, even though the market's moving higher. So this is just a mess. Yeah, I mean, you need real-time data from Interactive Brokers to trade. Yes. I believe I'm going to say it costs $10 a month for a plan that'll give you probably the minimum that you need. But I'll be honest, guys. I mean, if $10 a month and if half a cent a share is too much, you probably are undercapitalized. Like, I'm sorry to say that. But, we get emails from people say, "I have $500 on my account. Can I make $100 a day?" No, like, I don't mean to be flip about it. I mean, I know some people are kind of desperate out there. I get it, but you cannot be undercapitalized trying to trade. Lemonade is lemonade an earnings play? Yes, it is. Lemonade is an earnings play. I didn't really see it in the pre-market. Moving down, the next low looking left. I mean, this looks so beautiful. I mean, the next low looking left is 16, or the VWAP, sorry, or the 200-day moving average is 17. So, I mean, there's a lot of room. Now, the other thing is just, I mean, it depends why you're trading too. There's nothing wrong with trading with a $5,000 account if you're just trying to make a little extra money on the side, and make sure you have your stops and all that. If you're just trying to make a little extra on the side, but I mean, if this is, you want this to be your full-time activity, well, 5,000 isn't going to cut it. Okay, guys. See, I'm just looking around now. Look at the spirit now. So, it gave me a little bit. I was able to get something now. It's actually looking like it's a bit in bounce mode, maybe with the market. Is PR. Okay, what a bounce back for this Lightspeed. I know some of you were talking about this one, LSPD, but look, I mean, look how difficult. I mean, yeah, it looks after the fact. Oh yeah, just take it at 1561 and it tacked on $2 after the fact. While you're trying to figure out if this is going to happen, we don't know this is going to happen. That's the issue. And you can't even say it moved with the market. Well, maybe you can. One, two, three, four, five. Nope. I mean, this started earlier. It started earlier than this move in the market, which has been about an hour up now. All right. Let me see if I can find anything that the PTLO from our AI has actually been the only one that has done not badly. Again, I would call this not an easy one to trade, though. Look at the topping tails. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So, I mean, depending where you're putting your stop, I mean, you could get whipped out of your position if you try to put a tight stop. And of course, if you don't put a tight stop, then you're taking fewer shares. So, I mean, it looks good now, but it would have been difficult to trade, in my opinion. Meanwhile, CFLT, is this an earnings play? CFLT, it is an earnings play. It is, yes, an earnings play. Another one, look at these bottoming tails and topping tails. But next high looking left is 35.80. And Weeks from our YouTube room is saying that this market is messing with his fills, slippage everywhere, and that is normally not an issue. You know, every day is different, guys. You know, yesterday was a very, very different day from yet from today. For me, anyway. I mean, the things that I was following, beautiful trends. Even if the market was down, beautiful trends. Even on the way, even stocks on the way up. All right, Riven has some room. Riven has some room. 27.79, 26. So a little over a dollar away from that next high looking left for Riven, RIVN. Um, that's going to be an interesting earnings date coming up for Riven, August the 8th. That'll be next week. And Kishore from our YouTube room saying sort of the same thing. Today doesn't feel like a size up day. Too many choppy tails either side across the board. No confidence in direction. Exactly how I feel. Not saying there's not, there's always going to be, there are always going to be some stocks that are trading well in terms of a trend, but the ones I'm seeing, and some of these could be, but it's a matter of finding it. All right, guys. Well, the Driven incident simulator is working not badly. The RVN, the break over 16 was pretty key so far. See, here's another one, TTI showing up on the option scanner, 531. I look left. First thing I see 2 days ago, the high was 542. Way too close for me to 531. If it can get through that, if it can get through that somehow, then the next high in the weekly chart is 582. That might give us something. So what I'll do now is I'll just stick a price alert. What did I say at 541? I'll just stick a price alert, right click, create a price alert. Can't see it on the chart, so I'll just type it in. 542. Okay, so if it gets up there, I'll know about it, and then I'll figure out, do I want to trade it? But this market's putting in a nice recovery here, guys. So Nas is up a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little. We've had now 1, 2, 3, almost an hour straight up. You cannot filter stocks by country. No, and actually the question has been asked a few times. Why don't you support? We have the country flags, but you cannot filter by now. You can create a symbol list and just put China stocks in it, but that's not exactly what you're talking about. Okay, you might want to make that as a suggestion. Hi. Now we do have I think it's been updated. I think somebody actually updated it. So if I go to symbol lists, there's China. Okay. Now I don't, got to make sure that's not, but if you go down, yeah, there's China. I'm sure that that is the symbol list that has been created. Now I think that China. So if you right click on an alert window, okay, or a top list window, and then click on configure, and then go to symbol list, click on symbol list, add existing list, and you should be able to find China somewhere. Left click on it, and it'll move over to this column. And then you'll see it in this column. And then what you can do is, create your scan that you want to follow the China stocks. And then once you've done that, take only the following list and then check China. So then that China symbol list will get attached to that top list or alert window. All right, guys. So TRIP is an earnings play. Let's take a look at TRIP, TRIP. Looks like the next low looking left on the daily chart is 1582. If it takes out 1582, looks like 1530. So, I mean, this would have some room if it takes out 1582. And again, when I keep talking about room, when I say it has some room, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left on a daily chart. I want to see where the next low is. And if the next low is, say on a $15 stock, is 60 or 70 cents away, for me, that's okay. What I don't want to see, if I take a look at a trade and I say it's $16 and I see the next low is at 1580, I won't take the trade. It's too close because it could stall there. Even that one little low looking left could stall it from moving down further. Not 100% of the time, of course, but all right, guys. Well, we've had an hour now, almost an hour, 11:25. So another 5 minutes for this one to close. A little less than 5 minutes for this candle to close. So we've had a nice hour of recovery in the market. The WRK earnings play, I think, is an earnings play. Yes, I can just tell here. That's why I've got my earnings column right there. I can tell it's an earnings play. What is an earnings play? An earnings play is a stock that released earnings pre-market this morning or released after hours yesterday. That for me is an earnings play. And why do we care? Because typically when it's an earnings play, when the day a company has its earnings is a day in which you usually get more volume for the stock that day. And you'll usually, in this case, I mean, this has obviously been, we'll call it a good earnings play for this company, WRK. Whatever they released, their guidance, whatever their numbers they released for last quarter, the market is rewarding them right now, right now. Okay. And you can see also that typically, as long as the stock is optionable, the day it has earnings, usually the option volume will explode. Oh, I'm way more of a day trader soon. Way more, way more. I don't swing trade very often. So I should speak just a little bit about what this option scanner is all about, option plays is all about. I don't trade options. Okay. I trade the stock. But what this is doing, it's zero. It's showing me zeroing in for to say. It's showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So for instance, the way I've constructed this type of scanner, let's just say a stock over the last 10 days has traded on average 5,000 contracts. You can construct a scanner and use the option. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Well, let me go back. I'll just show you what the option filters we have are. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. We have the option volume today, put and call volume today. Okay. What this one is, the option volume contracts, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this is the key. This is what gives it the juice. Option volume today percent. So for instance, if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged 5,000 contracts a day, and I use this filter right there, option volume today percent, I add it and I put 300. 300% ratio of 3. For me to see the stock that has averaged 5,000 contracts a day, for me to see it today, it has to trade 15,000 contracts. Okay. Abnormal option activity. But I'm not trading the options. Now, I guess if you're day trading options, some have said, yeah, this is valuable because uh, where are you going to know which one's a day trade? I mean, normally day trading, you need abnormal activity, be it abnormal volume, relative volume, option volume. Otherwise, why would you day trade something that doesn't move? Yeah, go ahead, Paradox. I'm fine. You can ask the question now. So, and the way this is color coded, anything in brown is a suggestion to short. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. Okay. Okay. Well, obviously my opinion only, but I think that most would say that a 15% short float would be probably significant. So I mean, like depends what you're talking about. I mean, obviously the stocks like Yell and Tup that are heavily shorted, or Carvana is probably a bit like I know we have the information, so I'll get Carvana up. So I mean, there 47%. Some people think that's higher, but why would Carvana be doing what it's doing? Over the last few days, few weeks. Well, because people are focusing on that short float percent. Personally, I would say anything 15 and over is probably a high short float. So all of a sudden, if a stock is moving for whatever reason, either has great earnings or news, or just because, I mean, a high short float is, of course, going to help. Now, the short growth, the interest, I don't really pay that much attention to the growth, to the interest. I'm sorry, I don't even have that as a metric. You're talking about how much the short float is growing. Yeah, I don't even use that, so I can't really answer that. Remember, because these numbers get updated every 15 days. It's just sort of industry practice. So even this number, look at Herbalife. Well, that 19 break was key. All right, guys. Well, there's the CYH right back up to 5, but I think I have an alert set for about 5:10 in case it takes it out again. Later on in the day, maybe I'll get interested in it. So we've been an hour straight up now, guys, on the market, the SPY. Well, okay, I can only assume that if it's a minus, it means that the short float percentage dropped. Like there, it has it. So the short float has decreased. That's the. I mean, I've never used that filter, but that would make sense to me. So the short float has now starting to decrease with the short growth is decreasing. So it was at 10%, now it's at 9%. So that would be a negative short growth. But you know what? It's possible that's in the help section. But that to me would be the logical. Where is it in the float? Short growth. That's stupid. It should be. Oh, okay, it's not. So the short growth, let's take a look. Help. Let's see what it says. Yeah, so that makes sense. So the short growth is the percentage that compares the current number of shares short to the number of shares short the prior month. So if that number of shares is decreasing, then the short growth is decreasing. I guess it makes sense that that'll be a negative number. Well, I'll tell you what, soon in about 25 minutes, Steve Gomez is going to be in the room. He's more of a swing trader than I am. Okay. As far as Holly goes, so I mean, Holly is a watch list. That's basically what it is. So there's nothing. It's not that somebody it really concentrates on the AI, within trade ideas any more than anybody else. It's to me, it's a watch list. It's not meant to be auto traded. Okay, but if you hang around for another 35 minutes, I take a break between 12 and 1. And Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am. I mean, we do have a swing trading channel, new doc channel bar, and a swing picks. You can take a look at that. Okay. The swing picks are generated, I believe. Well, I know they are. We get 5 different ones every week, and you can take a look at them. Okay. So in our channel bar, so if you so click on new from our toolbar, click on doc channel. Well, okay. What happens with the AI overnight, Holly? AI overnight is that yeah, there were a bunch of strategies that got optimized overnight. And why you see the strategy like today it's gone kind of crazy. I can't even show it to you because the aggressive profit is way out of whack. But at any rate, today it's gone a little bit crazy in the number of alerts. Normally we only get about 4 or 5, maybe 6. But what happens is I don't even know how many AI strategies there are right now, but let's say there are still 50. So they go through a process overnight, an optimization process, and the ones that make the cut, having the white win percentage and a few other metrics, they'll be the ones that make the cut for the following day. And so those strategies then will generate the alerts for the day. Okay. But I don't get too hung up on any of that. All I use it for is a watch list. All I want to see, all I want to see are the alerts. I don't care where they come from. Okay. I just want to see the alerts. So you just load it before the market opens, or you have it as part of your layout. And then when you load trade ideas the next day, you just wait for the alerts to happen. The first alert will never be before 9:35. And then how you trade it will be up to you. This is not an auto trading situation. No idea. No idea, David. I have no idea what is the SEC 201 rule. No idea. Sorry. A long position won't be able to exit a trade. I have never, I mean, unless the stock is halted or something. And I mean, other than that, I have no idea. Well, guys, Herbalife certainly was a nice one. I did not take it, but Herbalife was probably one of the few real trendy ones. Yeah, I mean, so there was the original Herbalife alert at 10:10 Eastern Time, 1867, and now we're at 1942. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. NCR, I think, has been not bad either. I'm actually a little more interested in the afternoon trading, guys. Once a lot of things have settled down a lot more, and maybe we get a little bit more of an established trend in the afternoon. Well, again, soon you have to have a trading plan. I mean, again, there's no answer to what is the best way to use trade ideas. Okay. You have to have a trading plan, and it sounds like you want to be more of a swing trader. So I would probably look at that swing trading channel, and you can also ask Steve. Okay. But there's no such thing as the best way to use trade ideas unless I know what your trading plan is. And you have to have a trading plan. You want to spend 4 to 5 hours each week trading. You've got a nice amount that you want to trade with. But, do you know how to play stops? So where are you gonna get out of it if you get into a trade, do you understand you gotta put a stop in, because not every trade you're gonna get in, of course, is going to work. But it sounds like you wanna be more of a swing trader. I would look at that swing trading channel, and when Steve comes in our YouTube room in about 18 minutes, you can ask him a little bit more about, his style of swing trading, and, but you have to have your own plan. I mean, you can't rely on anybody else. But again, take a look, new, dock channel bar, and swing picks. Okay, you can take a look at the swing picks. Okay, and see, you'll have 5 of them a week. Check them out. See if something makes sense to you, then you can take a look at it and trade it. All right, guys, look at XPath. XPath is challenging that 20 again. This is definitely lagged. Well, let's take a look at Lie. I know Lie at the beginning of the day was just soaring along with a lot of, yeah, so Lie is still up there. It is chopped around a lot. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Lots and lots of chop here. And when I say chop, I mean, the candles tell the story. When you look at a candle, you see a big top, and then you see a big bottom. I call them the topping tails and bottoming tails. That means at one point the price was up there, and then it gets knocked down, or the price was down there and then it shot up. So when you're in a trade, like try to trade something like this, I mean, it's just too volatile. So when you hear me talk about trend, I don't mean it has to be, giant green candles one after another. But what you don't want to see is, a green candle, then a giant red candle, then a giant green candle, and a red candle. It just whips you out of your position. Unless you don't take many shares, you have a stop, like a very, very wide stop, which is fine. If the stock has a chance to move a lot, then maybe having a $2 stop, it's not the worst thing. If when you look left and it's got $10 to the next high, sure. Yeah, this is I think I have that I saved the A table. Yeah, maybe I didn't. No. Yeah, Steve will probably show you something called the A table. So these are stocks that are, probably have a we have something called the stock composite rating, okay? And the stock composite rating, so anything over 80, that would be a pretty solid stock because what it's looking at is both fundamentals and technical. So something with something with probably a composite rating of 80. And if you see my single stock window, you see that number right there for LI. Now, it doesn't mean that you take the trade and it's going to immediately start whipping for you for the next 10 days. Of course not. Could have a drop and then come back. But what it looks at is solid technical. So probably over all the major moving averages, say the 20, 50, and 200, but then combined with fundamentals, maybe solid earnings growth, revenue growth, things like that. All right. So KD now. Wow, this was not a bad one at all. This is not even an earnings play. It's just moving down on its own for some reason. I cannot see the reason. This was unexpected because, the market, it wasn't, there was no expectation this was going to happen for KTED today. I just can't see any reason for it. It's not an earnings play unless people are thinking ahead of earnings next week. It's going to not be good. Okay, guys. So I've been following this little discussion. So again, this tab is called General Market Talk. Okay, so I appreciate you guys are sort of discussing not market talk, but maybe get back. You don't have to post anything about market talk, but let other people talk about the market in general. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see. KD, did it take out 12 yet? Not yet. Next low looking left. I mean, it's got all this room. 1151. Oh, now CYH is back over 5 now. Yeah. Thanks, David. I also see that. Okay. I'm a little snake bit by it, but let's take a look. That's a pretty big pullback. That's a pretty big pullback for that one. And I'm not sure I can take this. I mean, it's already run a lot, 464 up to 5. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I get it. I mean, that is the beautiful thing about it. It's got all this room looking left, 650. So I don't want to get too biased about just because I got, it took me out the first time. Well, this IPO is boring as anything. And you know what? It's just not even trading. I mean, 234,000 shares on its IPO day. It's just not even trading, really. Just over 5 trade swings. For me, it was a whole number play for the CYH. So I was in at 511. Yeah. So just over 5. Okay, guys. CNX, CNX, CENX. This is not an earnings play. What sort of room? Yeah, I don't think it's got enough room. Yeah, for me, it sucks. What between 1 and 40. Okay. I will trade stocks more expensive. I did a couple this week, but most of my scans I have an upper limit of 40. Now, if you ask me why, there's no real reason. I mean, it's just what I'm comfortable with. But I definitely don't trade stocks under a dollar. One of the reasons I don't is that quite frankly, I'm uncomfortable taking so many shares that you'd have to do for stocks under a dollar in order to make money. And I'm just uncomfortable doing that because I don't trust them. But listen, There are people here do that all the time, and that's fine. Okay, this is a new one. Hudson. When I say new one, this is just showing up on the option scanner. And it is a not now. Why is it so late? Because of the topping tail right on that 15-minute chart. It got all the way up here. And so, one of the trigger is a new high for the day. So I had to wait. Unfortunately, we had that huge topping tail, that first 15-minute right up here around 1079. So that is why you might look at that, go, why so late? But right now I am not going to do anything because I am taking my break soon. So also I wouldn't take this one because to me it's just too, I don't like taking a stock close to a whole number. I find that too close. I find that whole numbers can kind of stall it, just psychological. So I love taking stocks that are just over the whole number. If this were say 1110, 1115, and I looked left and I saw room, this is 1164 up here, I would probably take the trade. Hey, SDGR. This was, I think, another one that I was looking at in the pre-market as a potential short, guys. So, yeah, so let's take a look at this. Where is all the support? Looks like there's pretty decent support, but that's $2 away, about $2.40 away. Looking at the weekly chart, looks like around 30, they $2 away. So this has got a chance here, in my opinion. The next low is 38.33. But then on the weekly chart, there's a lot of action right around 36.50, and that is for the SDGR. If I were not going to be taking my break, I would probably take this trade and put a stop, right around that whole right around. Well, if I were truly, I'd probably put a stop around 40.16. Ah, look at PTLO now, guys. All right, guys, it is 11:55. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put my announcement in. Steve should be in the room in about 5 minutes. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Let me just And before I do leave, let me put the YouTube link in. All right, guys. So let's see if that SDGR did take that big move. So if you have the AI, you know that PTLO is the one that really worked. But there were a lot of to choose from, and they obviously today was not a great day for the AI, but certainly PTLO, definitely worked. You can see there was the alert at 2107, 1970 now. As I said, a little bit choppy to begin with, and this is an earnings play. Portillo's, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Where Colombia, it might be Portillo's. Portillo. No way, it's not Portillo's. Got to put a little Spanish into it. Ah, there you are. Mr. Gomez is in the room.
Couldn't sneak past you.
No, no. Now listen, are you getting the wild numbers for the AI that I have also?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so
I screenshot the one that I had and I sent it in, and I was quickly told there's a current JIRA ticket on it, so
okay.
it just kind of served as a reminder to them. Yeah.
Mhm.
I have jets flying over my head here by Miramar. I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay. I said get rid of the numbers. That is my only thing. Get rid of the numbers. They make no sense. It doesn't matter. Just get rid of the numbers. But I know I'm fighting a losing battle on that, aren't I?
Yes and no. Eventually, you're right. Dan can't stand the grids and the numbers either. But I think there needs to be a big simplification of how to read that for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let me present here.
I
You're going to do your
yeah,
vacuuming.
got a lot to do. Watering, exercise, and vacuuming. I'm going to try to get it all done
exercise
now.
and vacuuming. See, I picture you vacuuming and curling at the same time with one arm.
You mean curling as in Canada curling?
No, not that kind of curling.
Oh, not that curling. Oh,
yeah, bicep curling.
Bicep curling. Of course, yes. Of course. Okay, Steve, we'll see you.
Now find
there 5-2.
There we go. I got the right deal. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Looks like you can see and hear me. Good to know. All right. Hello, everybody. First and foremost, I know I spoke to at least 1 or 2 users this morning and directed them to come into this 12 noon Eastern live daily session support for new users. I think there was a user who was having some questions on how to read the charts or use the charts. Regardless, if you're here and you're looking for support, now is the time to speak up in the chat window. I'm monitoring that and I will help you visually because, as discussed, a phone call is really difficult to discuss scans and configures and charts and visuals. There's just no visuals over the phone. So this is why we do this once a day. We give Barry a break and focus our entire energy on only giving support where it's needed. So, step right up. Otherwise, I'm just going to start to ramble on what I'm seeing on the day here. And some people probably want to hear that as well. I'm going to start with the SPY. My daughter's been getting into trading, and I showed her the other day. She's been making some videos too on her own account. Let me grab my Illustrator. She's been doing okay because I've been kind of helping her in her Robinhood account and learning the ropes and learning the emotions. Most importantly, the emotions involved with trading and the scenarios that rips the emotions out of us. But I showed her the other day, I said, you know what? I think you need to sell everything in your Robinhood account. I'm clearing the decks in my swing account. 1, I'm leaving town. I don't like to have positions when I leave town. But 2, when I see an engulfing candle like that we had 5 days ago in the SPY, oh my God. I mean, look at that thing. It is a monster, just absolutely engulfing the prior day with a giant red body. Now, granted, it took a couple of days of kind of slop and reaction to maybe continue what the ominous signal, this dark cloud cover, engulfing candle, whatever you want to call it. As I look back, both my daughter and myself are pretty pleased with the fact that we cleared the decks on a lot of things because the market, all of a sudden, we got that Fitch downgrade the other night. That certainly sent the overnight Grim Reaper into the futures. So we're still kind of recovering from that. But technically speaking, guys, we are below the backstop. All right, we gave up the momentum line. We gave up that backstop, at least for the moment. Day's not over. We can still pop back up here and close green above that red line, but we're now trading here in no man's land between the 50 and the 20, and there's probably a date to be had with that 50-day moving average. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't see why not. I think it would be healthy, quite honestly. When we zoom back a little bit, a pullback to the to that moving average is really not a big deal, but it's needed. So, not looking for any new positions. I'm only taking 2 positions with me. I jumped back into that nonsense lottery ticket CXAI. That thing owes me money. I noticed the AI plays were doing really well, and I had a reason for it. What was my reason? My reason was it came down a few days ago and basically tested this level down here. And what are we going to call that? Come on, give me a cursor. We'll call that the 630 level. So I got in about 3 or 4 days ago, and I rode that first day. Yesterday was a pause day, so kind of a go, pause, go. Now, a lot of the names are certainly helping. AI is not one of them. But SOUN has also not been going. But what was it? It was IONQ that was going this morning. There was another one, I think, if I can recall. But I'm revenge trading. I'll admit it. I'm revenge trading in CXAI, trying to get some money back in that one. So that's one position I will leave town with. The other one is beat. It's kind of a core position I've had as long as this thing stays above the 50-day moving average. As I said, the 50-day moving average is the general bill of health. And we can see in this position for me, it's tested a couple times, and it may test again. But as long as it holds above that 50-day moving average, I'm going to believe in this product. I'm going to believe in this company. It's kind of an investment. All right. Nobody has any need for assistance yet. If you've just joined and you want to get some assistance or you have a question about how to use something, by all means, this is your time. Sure, I can send a couple links. I'll talk about them. For the most part, this is a watch list over here. I'll send this race scan. This is a great scan, and I'll show you in a second why. I'm going to save this to cloud and copy it and paste it and allow anybody to open up this race. That's where the action is. And I'll also show you this one here. It's called the A table, but it is a scan that looks for big short floats. Now I want to address the float. We do have an issue. It's a known issue regarding our float data and our short float data. Some of these stocks are not coming through. We're aware of that. And I believe today is going to be the first day after market that we're associating ourselves with a new data provider on that information. So hopefully that will alleviate the issues that we've been having for some of these float data. But let's start here with the race. Okay, now I've got it set up to show me the top 10 over here on the right. So, you know, the way I like to look at this is, these are the names that are in play for the day, names you probably wouldn't have thought about last night. But the beauty of Trade Ideas is it's scanning the market for us and it's presenting us this top 10 list here of the action this morning. And sometimes if I'm looking for a good momentum day trade, maybe in 90 minutes after the open, in other words, I don't like to chase these things on the open. I like to let them settle in, create an opening range, and then start to play off of those opening ranges. MSMG is this Madison Square Garden. Is that what that? No, it's Motorsport Games. Okay, so obviously it's in play. It's telling us MSGM is in play and has been for the last 3 days. Don't lose sight of this. Matter of fact, you could come in here and just say, I'm going to simulate this buy right there on my my buy button. And I'm just going to go ahead and grab. Let's see if I even have this thing enabled. There we go. It is enabled. Open my stop. Again, this is just a simulator, and I'm trading directly from the chart. Let me bring up that simulator, Brokerage Plus. Still looking for the position, buying 1,800 shares. It says at the market. Okay, I'm going to have to reach up and grab it. I'm going to have to reach up and put that limit buy button kind of a bit higher. Let me make sure I'm connected. I'm connected. Chart trading. We should be getting a fill on this, a simulated fill. Why did that stop go above? Let's try this again. That is very weird. That is very weird. Let's cancel this order. Let's try it this way. Here we go. I just bought it at market. The chart buy button wasn't working there. So to illustrate my point, I like this opening range here. The stock has been consolidating on the daily. It could really hold that moving average and move higher. So as a new trader, you can come in and simulate that particular trade. AUPH, another name. This one's got earnings pre-market. So it already had earnings this morning. It could be in play. You could come in here, maybe set a price alert and say, if it takes out that new high, I would consider joining this for maybe a momentum day trade. ELIQ, well, look at this. This looks to be a very new issue. We don't have much to go on. 3 days is not really enough, in my opinion, to try and figure out what's happening. So we can pass on that one. Yell was in play the last 4 or 5 days, and the stock trading race is going to continue to remind you that the stock remains in play. So that's the gist of the racing. It's looking for stuff that's moving very quickly on good volume. You can always right click and say, show me the top list. Okay, this is the actual scan from which the race is derived. If you want to see what it's looking for, it's basically just looking at 5-minute Bollinger Bands. What stocks are just pushing through 15-minute Bollinger Bands, excuse me. And that's it. It's just one particular way to find momentum. And as these names continue to push and push over 3-minute time frame races, 5-minute time frame races, excuse me, they'll start to stack up and give us this watch list over here. Sabre Holdings. Well, that's interesting. That's a nice breakout today. This thing could have another push higher. The other scan, soon Toft requested, I gave you this one, this configure. Yeah, I don't understand the Yale file for bankruptcy, Michael. The headlines are obviously diverging from what the stock is doing, and I don't like to play those kinds of things, so I'm staying far away from that thing. But what we're looking at here is my short squeeze indicator, and essentially, I want to see all the stocks that have a short float above 20%. Now I'm sorting it by such. Now Carvana is leading the way. Look at that. Carvana just continuing to squeeze the shorts, 47%. Interesting stock, and it's right there staring at you on this particular scan that I shared. SYM, this is not a bad looking trade either. Look at this. It's kind of went up, pulled back after earnings and starting to move up again. You know, a new high on that. You could come in here and create a price alert and say, you know, this thing has 40% short the float, 5 million shares. This thing could really move. Matter of fact, I might even participate in this thing. Not that I want to, but it could be fun. 5 million shares in the float, 40%. Earnings behind us. It's creeping back to those highs. You know, this thing could be interesting. Let me try my stupid chart simulator buy button again here and see if I can get this thing to work. And I noticed when I adjusted it, I think I got the fill there. Let's take a look at our simulator. Yes, so the chart buy button did work on this one. I'm not buying it, but I'm simulating it just to demonstrate that I think I'm going to lower the stop right down there below that moving average. I think this SYM could have some meat on the bone only because it's on my short squeeze. It's doing decent volume today, normal volume above barely. But boy, 40% short, 5 million. If this thing gets squirrely at all, it could really go. So that's the kind of stuff I like to look for. Luca, what do you think of Caterpillar short? Do they have earnings coming up? They had earnings. Okay. I wouldn't want to short this only because the stock chart is telling me not to. You're basically trying to swim upstream and catch a small current to help you swim upstream, but then what? These are the kind of charts I'd rather wait and buy. There's a certain time to short things that are gone parabolic, but I wouldn't necessarily call Caterpillar having gone parabolic here. It just had a really nice reaction to their earnings, and it's kind of working off some profit taking. But I prefer to short things when they're below their moving averages in a downtrend, and more importantly, any type of 2 or 3 day bounce on those downtrends, like a bounce right into the moving averages. That's where I like to set up shorts, not on a chart like this. So it's a strong looking chart, but I'm glad you mentioned the short side of it, Luca, because I could elaborate as to why I wouldn't want to. Okay. Yes, Iris, the stock squeeze is there. It should be there. I'll do it again just to make sure. Save and share. This is my short squeeze. It's called the A table. It's an old name for other reasons. Okay. Hello, John. Any thoughts about CMRE? Yeah, let's see here. Deep sea freight. I'm not familiar with it, but you know what? It has that very similar chart that, what did we just look at? SYM. Look at that. SYM. Boom. Very similar, isn't it? But this SYM has a giant powder keg of short squeeze potential. But back to your question, John, that's a good looking chart. CMRE. Bit of a shakeout right there. The algorithm's just tried to run the stops, it looks like. And now that they've done that, you could use that as a downside, stop. But what's happening is this thing has been very strong, and the 5-day moving average in blue is moving up to meet it, and it might not even touch. But this is forcing the issue here. I think that was just a quick stop run, a stop hunt, if you call it. This is a good looking chart. I don't know much about it, but the chart tells me it's not bad. All right. Do I have a scan idea I can show parabolic move that you would consider shorting? Well, what you could probably do is you'd have to start. I would say start with a top list, and let's do this. Top list window. And let's just ask it to show us things change in 10 days. Maybe even change in 5 days. You can do parabolic moves in 5 days. 5-day change. Change in 5 days. Percent. That's what I'm looking for. So we grab this and we add this filter and we say, look, show me stocks that are up 50% in 5 days. Simple as that. Let's see what we get. All right, we get this list here. Not a whole lot of names. Let's sort by change in 5 days, which means we need to add that column first. Change in 5 days, add column. Okay, now that we have the column, we can sort. And we could even sort and colorize it. But what is this thing actually sorted on color-wise? Let's take a look at. So it looks like it's sorted from change from the close. Just to make it pretty in colors, we'll look at it like that. But we can go through here. Yell obviously is going to be one of them. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach, Luca. I would start with something like this that has all of these wild gyrations of stocks that are really up big in these amount of days. You could even change the minimum to say like 75% or or something along those lines. But then from there, if I could find one that makes sense to me here. Okay, Nicola, yeah. Let's do that. Just for fun. Let's maybe change it up here a little bit. Let's try the 10-day value instead. Change in 10 days. I'll add that filter. Change in 10 days, 75%. We'll leave that the same and see if this gives us anything different to look at. A lot of the same names still, but we're looking for something that's super parabolic. Okay, Rito is kind of parabolic. So what I would say is once something goes parabolic like this, your chance of getting a good short off, you're going to want to see it break this 10 SMA. That's step number one. Break this 10 SMA. And then if it breaks that 5-day SMA, then your short is really working. But you need it to stop and stop having buyers show up at those levels. So step one is to take, Tupperware. We all saw that one last week. Let's see what it looks like now. So what I'm getting at is there's no alert that's going to say, here's a stock that's up and therefore, and if, those types of phrases we can't do. You're going to have to look at the underlying stock by itself and then discern, if this thing has gone parabolic, at what point do I want to maybe consider shorting? Matter of fact, there was one I just saw that looked kind of interesting. Was it this one? The URGN. Yeah, so let's look at this URGN here. Remember I said it has to hold that 5-day moving average? Look at how URGN is getting really sloppy here. We're now trading below it. This could be one where you short something that's really moved up, and you're only doing it because you've waited for it to break this level where the buyers normally show up, but they're not showing up right now. And then you look left and you go, well, maybe that level right there, maybe all that free airspace could be a decent short. But first and foremost, you've got to get the buyers to break this 5-day moving average. All right, let's catch up here. EGY, I haven't heard of that one in a while. Energy, EGY Energy, Edgestone Energy, was that what it was? Oh, Valor Energy. Look at how it got slammed at the 200-day, just perfectly. Now, that's not to say it can't regroup. Matter of fact, it's done something, that I like to see. It shows us its hand. The 200-day is very much in play. However, coming up from the rear is the 20-day, and these moving averages are starting to hold the bid now. So we've got kind of a squeeze play between this level and this level. What you could do is take a 1/3 starter position down here at this pullback, and ideally it starts to creep back up. And then if it breaks through that 200, you add to it and you jump on it. And that could be a play. And then I would use this low down here of today, 420. If there's our CMRE break, right? Let's see, we were looking at that. Yeah, it broke down. So that was my stop, I think, in CMRE. I can't remember what that was. Let's take a look. Was that one that I had in the simulator? No, it wasn't. Simulator ones are working fine. I'm not sure why I marked that up there. Oh, I marked it up because I said if it breaks that looked like it was a stop hunt, and if it breaks that low of the day, then be careful. So it just did that again. That's kind of interesting. Okay, we got your EGY looked pretty decent there, Michael. I got Algo out of it today. Set a stop. Could run to the drugstore. Oh, CMRE, yeah. Looks like a nasty one there. It looks like it just did that twice. That's a personality trait that thing's going to have. When is TLT going to be a buy? The treasury notes. Well, pretty big puke this morning. You've got this level back here. We're probably going to come down here and test 94. I mean, just look at the absolute wall of selling that's been happening here in TLT along that 200-day moving average. That is not healthy. There's a ton of resistance up here. Now, we got ahead of ourselves to the downside. Wouldn't be surprised to, turn around and maybe bounce a couple of days up into this moving average coming down. but doesn't look great. Would you use these settings for an alert also? It'd be hard to create an alert. You'd have to create an alert that says stock's making a new low, and it could be done. I'll give you a kind of a quick rundown on how that could be done. Come on, new alert window. Okay, new low on the day. I will make that the alert. 10-day change in 10-day. We'll keep that the same, like 75%, 80% minimum change in 10 days. But today it's making a new low. Get rid of those. Average daily volume should be at least 350,000. So let's just see what happens here. So we've got this alert that's giving us a new low, but there's one thing I haven't done to it yet. So here's something that's been up big, right? Up big. Look how it's holding on to that 10 SMA. If you were looking, this is a day and a half trade too. It's perfect time for this thing to start giving some back if you wanted to short that type of momentum. Excuse me, but that was the last new low that came through. What I was going to suggest adding was the 130 is the 5-day moving average, that blue one that you see right there on my screen. What if we say, let's add that filter, but show us a new low only when it's breaking below, so negative 0.01%. Now all of these stocks should be below their 5-day moving average. And guess what? We don't have a thing below their 5-day moving average because probably 80% is just a bit much. Let's try a 50%. Well, let's go back to the 5-day. Let's do 5-day, 50%. But we're making new lows. Anything today coming through? No. So that's a tough one. So we could try this instead. Let's forget the 5-day moving average break, and let's try and do a 10-period moving average break, because that's really the first one of all of them. So we'll get rid of the change in 130. Let's look for the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Change from 10 SMA, 15-minute period, add filter. Tell me when it's breaking down. We'll do negative 0.1%. Are we going to get anything? We're still not going to get anything. Let's just check this. Okay, let's forget new low. Let's do new 15-minute low. At the alert. A new 15-minute low below the rising 10. Hey, there we go. TCBP. Okay, all of our criteria have been satisfied. The stock is up 40% over 5 days. Look at where the alert came through, a new 15-minute low, breaking the 10 SMA. So kind of did it all for you there. For the most part, there is kind of an and component. So let me share this with you. And this can be a starting point for who asked for this. I see, probably because I didn't buy it with real money, it's probably going to go now. Very thinly traded. No, I'm not going to do it. Every time I do a live trade, it winds up biting me, so forget it. All right, back to the scan. Let me get this scan to you. So this is for you, Luca. breaking the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart after a nice 5-day run-up is probably the best title you could give it, because I didn't give it a title or anything close to that. Okay, how do I make the race thing smaller? It takes up a whole screen. I need more space for my charts because the charts are on hard to see detail unless you. So making the races smaller, all you can do is change the windows, right? So you'll see we hit a critical point here where I can't really make it any smaller. So that's about as small as you can make a race right there. I just have it stretched across for screen space, but the only other thing I can suggest is you can go to tools and options and you can lower the font size globally. Here's the font set to a minimum of 8. If that's lowered, you may be able to make the race windows smaller. You could also consider stacking the races on top of each other and kind of leaving, so you have to kind of click through them and tile them, kind of layer them over each other. Someone mentioned stocks like this page. Would you recommend? Oh, for stocks like this page, that's the reverse engineering tool that we have. I've never really found it useful because it just spits out so many things that are happening at once, and it actually kind of becomes an over-analysis tool. What I just handed you, what I handed you there on that scan, Luca, is probably the best thing. We've taken a filter to show us stocks that are up 5 days, at least 40%. However, they're making a new 15-minute low. And remember, we couldn't find anything on a new low. So that 15-minute low is a nice substitute. It gives us an intraday low that happens to be breaking the rising 10 SMA. And that's probably the way in which I would go about trying to design a scan for myself if I was looking to short parabolic. Now, bull bear traders, Andrew Aziz, all right, I'm going to just go out and say those guys do that. That's what they do. And they nail it down to a precise time frame where they're watching, and then they get into like the 1 and 2 minute chart time frame, and they try to get that real early break where they feel like the momentum is breaking, and they start piling in shorting momentum. So I believe they're called bull bear traders. Andrew Aziz. That is the group that is, and maybe you already know of them, but that is the group that does this type of trading. Why is it holding? Giving me an error. That's weird. Andrew Aziz. Bull bear traders. No, it's giving me an error. Why is it not showing? I'm trying to type in like names and whatnot, and it's not letting me do that. That's very weird. It's saying there's an error in my chat. Well, I put out a test chat there. Let's see if it stays. You're getting, yeah, Andrew Aziz, bearable. Thank you. I'm gonna refresh my browser too. Just watching the main YouTube feed here. So yeah, Luca, those are the traders that you might want to track down. They're good in terms of their style. I watched their presentation one day and I was impressed. There's a style of trading that is really rewarding, and I say that because we all want our profit and loss to fill up quickly and not have to wait, suffer, and have patience for things to move and jiggle around. When something breaks momentum, it is a windfall of profits if you're positioned short. And that can be a real addictive type of trading once you've had a taste of a couple of those, because boy, your P&L fills up really quick when you nail it. I've also seen those traders get real stubborn, double up, new highs, double up, And those are the ones that get squeezed out. And so it's a double-edged sword to play that game, which I don't, but I fully endorse Andrew Aziz and his group over there. All right, guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Got to take a break. All right, I'm back. What do I think about NVIDIA? And I'm glad I didn't buy that SYM to start with real money. Well, this one has been the giant gorilla in the room for sure. Boy, people who were really bullish on it back at 109 were sure rewarded. It's been a long trek. Let's take a look at the RSI. Not what I want to see in the RSI. What am I talking about? Higher high in prices, lower high in RSI. It's what a plane does, or it's what a stock can do before it stalls, like a plane stalling in the air. Not really a fan of jumping into something. Depends on what your time frame is, of course. If you're just trying to bang out a half a day's worth, you never know. It's holding up here intraday, but we've got that 5-day moving average kind of rolling and changing its slope and curling over a little bit. I don't trust it up here, quite honestly. It's below the 10 and the 20 now, where it's been holding for the last couple months. It just seems like it's got a date down here with 422. So I'm not really bullish on NVIDIA, I would say. Andy talking about Rite Aid. Were they thinking about going bankrupt too? All right. Looks like we're all caught up. Hopefully the chat is working. I'll be here for another 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes. Let me just see something here. Somebody was talking about the flattened buttons maybe not working as well as they could, so we could take half of this one MSMG, inside sell me half. So yeah, that worked. All right, guys, we're all caught up on questions. It looks like. Do I ever use the NASDAQ S&P change filters? I have when I do back testing. Lucas, sometimes like on the back testing, you'll want to do some what's called optimizations, and you can say, well, show me how these trades worked on the days, that were green versus the days that were red in the NASDAQ. So if the back test tells me that, this type of strategy works well on days when the S&P isn't up too much, well, then I'll put a cap on it, or the NASDAQ. But I usually only come to that conclusion after doing a back test optimization. So hopefully that makes sense. And just so you know, I mean, what I mean by that is I'm just going to use this as a perfect, as a simple example. Back test, I'm just going to simulate buy. There's nothing going on here, but I just want to show you the steps. Okay, this means nothing. But when you go to optimization, the first thing you want to do is optimize the time of day and say, well, look at that. This strategy works best in this particular time of day. Isn't that interesting? But when you do other filters, so optimization, subtab other filters, watch what we can do here. We can say, let's see, there's both, I'm sure. S&P change, NASDAQ change. So let's see NASDAQ change today. So if I click that, all of a sudden we get a heat map. And this is what you use the heat map for, Luca. You say, oh, well, interesting. It appears that this strategy works the best in this area of the heat map, which means this strategy works best when the market is no less than 0.3 negative, but no more than 1.5 points positive, percentage points. That's our sweet spot right there. So again, any back test you do, just go to optimization, other filters, and then you can grab a heat map on the NASDAQ change today and see, I mean, there's definitely value there. I mean, we don't want to be using these 276 trades on the days that shows us the NASDAQ's very red, because there's horrible returns. We want these solid dark greens that show us good profit and loss. And it appears to be when the NASDAQ's either flat or up to 1.5%. So hopefully that makes sense on that particular filter question on how I would use the NASDAQ. Dish has had a pretty good run. Let's see what they look like lately. Consolidating nicely. Dish does not look bad. Now, on the daily, look at that. I mean, it's about as happy smiley face as you can get. Smiley face, happy. Intraday, we are right here slamming into this 130. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of pullback here. Maybe this thing catches up, that line catches up, and it's kind of a cup and handle in and up and through that. Doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. It looks better than buying up here. This was a horrible thing to see when it gapped up on some news, I think. And the entire news that it gapped up on was just absolutely sold off in a dark cloud engulfing candle. But it has bounced back since, and looks like it's at the lower end of its range here. You just need to clear that. You need to clear that 130 level, and then the other one was what, PAGS. Same kind of a story above its moving averages. It's had a nice dip back above its moving averages, pulled back a bit. Intraday doesn't look bad. It's kind of a nice little sideways consolidation with the 10 SMA forcing the issue higher. Neither of those look too bad, really. What's going on with this AI? Is this AI trying to do something? And how's my CXAI doing? Oh, it's pulled back. No problem. Where would I see a pullback? In PAGs. I could see a pullback maybe to maybe this 1050 area if it wanted to. And on Dish, I wouldn't want to see I could see a pullback down here to 7 again. Wouldn't want to, but look how it's trying to fight through this 5-day moving average here. It's trying. Groupon trade of the week just keeps trying to grind higher. Look at that, right? Perfect timing. You just got stopped yesterday at the 5-day, and now here we are again trying to challenge that 5-day. On Dish, I mean, I could see a pullback to 7.25 at the worst, maybe 7 again and come back and challenge that 50-day moving average. So anywhere from 7 to 7.25, I could see that if it gets rejected here. ONQ holding up my 5-day moving average theory. The buyers are still strong there. All right, guys. I was hoping there was a user that was having problems with charts that was going to come in and ask me for some demonstration, but I guess not. So if anybody else has anything before I leave in 10 minutes that they need help with. That's been a solid one. Upstart Holdings, UPST. Look at that thing just grind higher. And again, these are names on the short squeeze list that I shared with you guys. Beyond Meat, yuck. Groupon is on there. Sectors, I don't really use sectors other than just kind of a discretionary look. I know each day where the sectors are strong and where they're weak. So if I'm looking at an energy stock and energy's weak on the day, Leanne, I just probably would stay away from that one. Yeah, how did I handle Cliff? I didn't like, oh, sheesh, I'll show you how I handled it. I sold it, and I sold it on this day here. I didn't like how it was coming back down below 17. I didn't like how the market kept grinding higher, and these 2 days could just nothing could come of those 2 days. And that gap down right there, and then when we lost that 5-day, I started thinking, I'm not really interested in this thing. 17 was our stop, and as much as I hate getting out of things midday, the market was selling off. This thing, it was not doing what it expected. I expected a nice push higher, and it just really disappointed. When we zoom out and look at the daily here, we can kind of see that, okay, I guess it does have a propensity to do that, but geez, I thought it would at least try and take out that high prior post-earnings high, but apparently not. So it was kind of holding its gap for 2 days. Yesterday was a big disappointment to me. So that's where I threw in the towel. Patrick, basically when it broke that 5-day moving average and was just heading to 17, I just wanted no part of it. I basically kind of got out here above 17. Actually, I said, if it's going to fill that gap and not hold, so I got out just below 711, 712 because it filled that gap and just kept driving. And I didn't even want to fill that gap. I wanted it to at least, give me some sort of a semblance of a bounce here off this 5-day, but it couldn't do that. So it had to go. Intel, speaking, still good. Just bear. Look at how the algos take the price a penny or two above the prior high and then reverse it for 4 days. So don't be the person who's waiting for this giant breakout that's been brewing, because it's really more likely a reversal point. However, it has pulled back and dug into the 20-day moving average nicely. It's going to depend on what semis want to do. It's going to depend on what the NASDAQ wants to do. I don't trust the market here, and I'm going to go back to what I said when I first came on. This was one of the biggest attention-getting engulfing candles I've seen, and it took a couple days to kind of work itself out, but then the Fitch ratings came and kind of on the heels of that, and now we're just kind of trending lower. And I'm leaving town tomorrow for a few days, so I'm taking nothing new home with me. Could be the dollar. Yeah, Patrick, there's just too many things. And that's the thing when you go to commodities too. These commodity plays are going to be tough because they're always going to be maybe watching something else that could jump in. Energy, the dollar, interest rates. You never know. Yeah, you could just play the full-on contrarian play there on CLF. That's for sure. One person's stop is another person's entry point. Airbnb chasing. Would Airbnb be chasing short at this point? A, B, and B. Let's see. I need my cursor. Well, it's had 4 good days of breakdown through that moving average. However, there still could be meat on the bone to the downside, and I say that because it held these moving averages here. If it can't get back above these levels, it might be looking to make a new low, and you're over here in no man's land on the daily. So I hate jumping into something after it's made move 3 days already, but I wouldn't. I'd be hard pressed to really trust it right here. It just feels like it might want to come back and maybe catch a breath and maybe retest this 5-day moving average again. I'll tell you where the money's being made right now is in crypto. I bought some of this XDC down here at 3 cents, and it's doing well. Also in XRP. No, I didn't mean to do that. Turn it. Let me close that. Also in XRP. Let me go to the dailies. So XRP had news from the SEC. Oh, now I'm all over the place here. And they're kind of giving some of that back. I'm in XLM, which is probably maybe a Venmo of the new digital currency payment. Trying to hold 14. Actually bought some more at 14 yesterday. And then XDC, the third guy, just bringing up the rear here. Bought some at 3 cents 2 weeks ago. Oh, I didn't even catch that. They got earnings tonight, huh, Jeff? That's a good point. You've got to see that. Let me just, yeah, Airbnb. It's staring me right in the face. That's why we made that a red color. All right. Looks like we're caught up on questions. You can sneak one more in there if you want. Yeah, insider sales like that sure are interesting. It's true. We've also got Apple and Amazon, right? I mean, I think we all expect. I'm expecting probably some pretty good earnings from both. So maybe this ball gets kicked right back into the pitch, right back into the playing field again overnight tonight in the NASDAQ if Apple and Amazon crush it. If they don't and it's priced in and there's any disappointment, well, then, geez, really, really watch out below. Because these are the ones that are holding this market up. There goes Groupon. Again, this is probably a short squeeze. This is the trade of the week from a couple weeks ago. It's been all over the place. But that's what can happen with short squeezes and a smaller float sometimes. I'm glad I didn't jump in that SYM. I got too much else going on today. Yeah. Yeah. It's like booking a price at Spirit Airlines or something. Hey, it's only $150 a night, but your $500 cleaning fee is going to apply. Very.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. It was a race. I thought I was only going to get the top floor done, but I got it all done, Steve.
Yeah, you sound out of breath.
Yeah, I am out of breath. I am out of
Get
breath.
your workout.
Exactly. Did you help Suni? SUNE. He was in the room. He was interested about learning more about swing trading and stuff.
No, I never saw Asuni ask a question.
Oh, I told him to stick around. It was about 20 minutes to the hour, and I said stick around. He said okay, but all right.
Missed it, unfortunately.
Okay.
But good news is Andy will be here tomorrow, and he's very. Oh, okay. So he's there. He did ask a question. Yes, I do recall now. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, okay. I had to refresh my chat window. Suni, definitely come by tomorrow. Andy will be here at the same time. He's very similar to myself. Swing trading is his method. He and I are very similar in style, so you can learn a lot from him tomorrow as well.
Okay, my friend, you can vamoose, and I'll take over right now.
All right, that sounds good. I got a couple things to do before the next meeting, and okay. I'll talk to you guys then. See you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. Okay, guys, I'm just getting my music going. So the other thing I would consider, Suni, in terms of, we're in earnings season right now. Oh, look at this. This is driving me crazy, this DXE. Anyway, we're in earnings season now. So assuming you just want to go long stocks, I'm talking to Suni in or soon, I don't know if I'm mispronouncing it, but in our YouTube room, I mean, again, if you've got trade ideas and you can take a look at all the earnings plays that there have been this week and next week and the week after that, they'll sort of tail off. And, if a company has strong earnings and the stock performs well on that day, and you start looking left on, say, a daily or a weekly chart, and you see room, for it to keep running, that could turn into a swing trade for you. Okay. So, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, it's not just a slam dunk, of course. Because right now, I mean, we're smack dab in the middle of earnings season. Now, when I talk earnings, I'm not talking, I mean, Apple, I know releases after hours today, and I'm not talking so much the big guys. I mean, nothing wrong with looking at Apple. I mean, Apple's had a tremendous year. Amazon's had a tremendous year. But, what I'm talking about more are some of the probably more the mid-tier ones that can still have a nice move in them if they had good earnings and it looks good on a daily and a weekly chart. Okay, let's see. Get my sound alerts going again. I'm not even looking at CYH anymore. But I wish you luck, trade swings. Of course, I wish you luck as always. I'm just I'm just finding that for me, it is not worth it. Oh, you're out of it at the moment. Okay. Oh, now NCR has probably been a great one. You know, looking back now, and let's see if there's going to be anything setting up. NCR was at 28.13. So I mean, it's had a move. It's not an incredible move, but it's had a move. The next high looking left is 29.22. So it's getting, 50 cents away from the next high. On that weekly chart, okay, you know what? FSLY. Okay, this could get going again, guys. This might be one of those afternoon ones. It hasn't moved that far from the alert of 1989. It's only 2019, so it's not that far from the alert on my option scanner. And as I said, maybe now things will, have a more steady run, especially if the market keeps doing this. I mean, this is what a resilient market. One, two, three, four. All right. Five, six, seven, eight. Almost, well, 2 hours, just a half hour of a little lag, but almost 2 hours straight up. All right, guys, why not? Let's see if FSLY has some legs going into the afternoon. Of course, what I want to start seeing is FSLY over and over and over again here. Well, let me check if there's any news that I can see for GNS. I know Shady likes that one. It had it in the past under $1, did very well on it. This is, yeah, Genius. Yeah, so it's wow, what a Genius spin-off of Entrepreneur Resorts approved by Singapore. That's the news that I see this morning. Is Mira on hold? You mean is it halted? The answer is no. It is not halted. It's just not trading very much. I remember Rad yesterday, guys. Rad was the one of the crazy ones yesterday. It got all the way up here to 287, and of course pulled all the way back down to 2. So this is maybe one of the look at that short float percent. Maybe it's turned into a meme stock. Let's see if WBA is moving the same way because that was the interesting thing for me anyway. It was moving the same as Rad yesterday. And then WBA owns a bunch of the Rad stores. Well, this driven is starting to, yeah, little move here, guys. ARVN. This is in the simulator. Okay, well, the Fuseli, it's basically where I bought it. I got it at 2020, so I'm just going to have to watch it now to see. I had a little profit in it, but I'm looking for a lot more. But it may not give it to me. So I'm just going to see what happens right here. I think if it gets back into the 20s, it could run, but it may not. I'm talking about the FSLY. Oh, this CFLT, this really rocked. Where did I see this? Yeah, 34.16. So there's a move. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. But again, at the beginning of the day, it just kind of chopped around. Very difficult to commit, but there it was 1033, 34.16, 35.73 now. Just hard to commit early on. Well, not even early on. I mean, I don't mind waiting 15 minutes, but even waiting 15 minutes would have, just all over the place. Big is a reversal. Let's take a look at big. We're going to see a lot of reversals, of course. The market was down yesterday, so a lot of stocks were down. Pretty decent percentage. So big is now above yesterday's high, BIG. But you know what? I wouldn't take it. Too close to 10. Okay, ETD is on the move. This is, you know what? I should have the earnings column in here so I know. ETD is an earnings play. ETD, Ethan Allen. Ethan Allen, they're still around. Ethan Allen is an earnings play. Oh, hey, PJ. No, problem is it didn't trade in the pre-market. So I had no idea it was an earnings play. Didn't even trade in the pre-market. But ETD could have been the one. This is an earnings play and it's an all-time high, ETD. That's a strange trader, guys. This released earnings after hours. Okay, yesterday. No action, no reaction whatsoever. No action at all in the pre-market. So we didn't know about it. I didn't know about it. Had I known about it, this is one I would have 100% been following because it's an all-time high. And we've had success with a couple of those this week. Yeah, but Court, well, I shouldn't say that. Let's take a look at Court. I know Court was an earnings play. I know it moved well, but well, it's almost an all-time high. You're right. It's almost an all-time high right now. And you're right. And I mean, I don't know where it was, 99%. That's been more or less steadily up. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. But listen, I've been leaving this in here. I wanted to just show you something. Look at the driven, okay, the DRVN in the simulator. So this it was taken at 1614. What I would have if you have Workbench Plus, I would, and you want to practice in the simulator, I would have the max P&L column, okay, up, because what this is telling me is that at one point I was up $154. Okay, this is in the simulator, and now I'm up 110. I mean, that's not, that's not a tremendous difference. But what you wouldn't want to see is, maybe you're up $500 and now you're up 100. So that is this going to be a good gauge about showing you how well are you managing your exits? Okay, because you wouldn't want to see $500 turn into certainly not a loss when you're up a bunch. So this is a good cut, in my opinion, a nice gauge. And then I'm going to show you. I'll get out of the trade right now. Okay, I'm going to flatten the trade. So highlight, and I'm going to flatten the trade. I'm out of the trade now. It'll take me out. And then the distance from the exit price. Now the distance from the exit price is going to tell me, okay, when you got out of the trade, what has it done since then? So, of course, if you went long, if you bought the stock hoping it was going to go up, what you want to see is a nice big negative number here, because that would mean, all right, I got out at a good time because now it's well below where I got out, as opposed to a big positive number, which means, maybe maybe my exit was a little too quick, or maybe I shouldn't have got out of everything. So, and I did this. So right now you can see, I mean, it's 4 cents. It's not a big deal, but this has the chance, of course, to fill that void a little bit more. But I just wanted to demonstrate why I think these are two good columns to have. Okay, FSLY. I just see you were at the top here. Thank you. Thank you. And I see you again, and I see you again. Much appreciated. So I also see this is, I can share this. This is the up big yesterday, down big today. Okay. You're going to see this a lot of stocks that are up big today when they were down yesterday because of the way the market was. Here's another one, guys. Avid. Is this an earnings play? AVID? No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add. Oh, there it is. It is. I do have the column here, the earnings column. I should have it here though too, so I can just quickly check to see whether or not it's an earnings play or not. FSLY. You do that to me. So Avid is moving. I don't know why. Avid Technology, great. Oh, takeover interest. Is that what somebody said? Somebody actually made it posted that takeover interest. Oh, that's right, Denver Tom. There you go. So yeah, takeover interest doesn't mean it's going to happen. Now you can see it doesn't trade options very much. It's only 789 contracts today, but that's 7.4 times normal. So that's why it's making it in here. Relative volume is 6.8. My minimum here is, I believe it's 3. No, it's not David Affair yet. Okay. Paradox. It's not either one of them. All right, guys. So okay, but again, paradox. please, maybe not so many posts, okay? Not everything that's in your head has to be posted, okay? The reason I say that is that there are people that already said to me, I'd like to go into the general market talk and talk about the market, but it's being dominated by not necessarily market stuff. So please refrain a little bit. All right, what's Aloe? Aloe. What is Aloe doing? This is an earnings play. ALL. Wait a minute. Make sure it is. So this is an earnings play, but yeah, to me, it's just got too much resistance around 550. So consequently, I'm just not interested. Not as interested in these cheaper ones either. I'd much rather see these ones over $20 on earnings plays. Yeah, there's a lot of room. I just wish it wouldn't. I just wish it would get into the 30s and hang there for a while, and then have another nice move. But doesn't have to listen to me, does it? Trade swings. So CFLT. Okay, now again, this looks interesting to me. Over the whole number, INFA. It is an earnings play. Let's take a look left. It's above that high, and now look left, 2188. So it's got some room. It's at 2109 right now. 2188 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So the same thing. Let's see how well it holds this whole number. What's the yeah, I mean 9 times relative volume. It doesn't trade really. I mean, it trades options, but may as well not. 31 contracts a day. But I'm, now starting to take a look more at the market. What is the market doing? I'm just thinking that a lot of these earnings plays are more affected by the market than I'm used to. So so let's take a look at INFA in more detail. As in, what's the spread right now? 2109, 2113, not terrible. Well, info is just, again, it's one of these that just doesn't trade much, it seems. I mean, it's the volume is there, but the time in sales, I'm just looking and it's just not super active. Meanwhile, wow, Tetra Technologies, TTI, has been a really steady one on the way up. Not an earnings play. Maintain a buy by stifle. Target raise from 7, raise to 7 from 6 by stifle. So it's getting closer. You know what might be interesting is Carvana. Carvana is just a little bit over 52, making a little bit of a move here. And of course, it's not been affected by the market. It's just trading really on its own. The high of the day was 53.32, so about $1 away from that high. So they had earnings yesterday. Sear, big reaction yesterday, and a continued reaction down now for CERE. Okay, now I know before I took my break, I was looking at that SDGR. SDGR. So what happened is it broke down and then it popped up and now it's coming right back down again. And the next low looking left, 38.33, maybe a little too close. It's too bad that's there. I mean, there's a lot of support. Looks like a lot of support around 30, about $2 away. Fever. Well, broken record, guys, but I mean, this has not moved that much from the original alert. 1003, 33.88. It's, hasn't moved that much. Nice little break through the 200-day moving average. You look left, 36.33 is the next high. I mean, it looks like it's got the room to run, the daily and the weekly. I mean, those are the same numbers. An Israeli stock. Low float, 32 million in the float. That is very low for a $34 stock. So that is, I'm just finding it hard to commit to anything right now. Even though I like this, I love this setup over the whole number through the 200-day. Lots of room looking left. Little bit of a breakout. And the volume came in too. So this was not a little break on no volume for the fever. Well, there's the SDGR coming into that potential. Well, if it takes that out, it looks like the low right there is 39.16, so it's below that. All right. Well, fever. I took a little bit of this, guys. I mean, it's not. I don't love the spread, 6 cent spread, but I'm in it. I have to see if it's going to have any continuation. The market is not going to hurt it, and all the room it's got, and it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Well, this one. All right, go Fever, Johnny Fever. Let's go. SDGR. Well, this one looks like it really wants to capitulate now. Look at this SDGR. Again, the next lows are about a dollar. Well, not quite a dollar away, or $1.50 away or so. And that's a lot of looks like a lot of support on the daily chart for it, but that's still $1.50 away. And there we go, guys. So okay, I maybe not out of that fever flat. I mean, I had a bit of a profit in it, and I was hoping it would get into the 40s. Way too whippy. Just things are just way too whippy for me. And a lot of it is, I might be share sizing. On a day like today, I guess I should be share sizing a lot smaller, putting a wider stop in, but I just don't like the way these things are trading. Now there's the Carvana. The Carvana moved. Mentioned it over that 52 high of the day, getting closer. Yeah, Christine, I used to have a well, I couldn't automate it, but when I say automate, I couldn't have an actual alert about it. I would have to put a price alert. But yeah, I used to wait for the second break of the whole number. So it would break, and then I would watch, and then I'd put an alert underneath the whole number and see if it took it out again underneath. And if it did, then I'd put an alert above the whole number again. Now sometimes it would just continue, so I couldn't take the trade, but yeah, sort of the second break of the whole number. I used to do that a lot. Wow, the CFLT, that was, I mean, really, that was the one also. I mean, that's very, very nice. After about 10:45. I don't even know. I mean, it really settled down around 11:30, and it put it about $1.50 move from 11:30 on. Okay, guys, I will do my video now. Is it 129, 130, we'll say, so back about 140. There is a marketing meeting. I'll probably attend for a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so I'm out of everything now. The FSLY, fed up with that one. Of course, the fever I got out of. Um, so I'm going to try to be, well, if I trade it all for the balance of the day, but this is a day in which I'm just, I recognized early with all the choppiness on stocks and not a lot of follow through trends that, this was not going to be one of those 5 days that we talk of, 4 or 5 days in the month that you can make, a fair amount of money. And the other days, it can be kind of a grind. Yeah, you just got to accept it. Not every day. Here's the lemonade. The day's like a lemonade day. Coming into the 1704 is the 200-day moving average. And I'm not saying there, I mean, listen, I would have loved to have had lemonade at 19. Sure, absolutely. So the SPY has gone positive, Dow's gone positive, NAS has gone positive, all mildly positive, all three of them. At 450 mark, yeah, maybe a bit of a psychological number to try to maintain. Here's another one that's just drifting down now on earnings, PCOR, and below the whole number, I look left, 62.86, got room, $4. Okay. It doesn't trade options very much. It hasn't met the filter requirement. It has to be at least 500 contracts. So it will show up if we get a few more contracts. Shake Shack. Boy, I haven't seen Shake Shack for a long time. Shake Shack earnings play trying to come back. Actually, interesting, and it's trying to come back, guys. It's at the high now of the day. Still down for the day. A little over 3% down for the day on earnings. remember run, guys? I mean, I know I mentioned this one earlier as it, even as it was cascading downwards, huge move at the beginning of the day, looked great. But look what it did. What's the high of the day? Not quite. So you can see the blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. It got within 20 cents of it and just said nope and came right back down. There's a classic. You want to print this chart out on a daily chart with that 200-day moving average just to see the power of it. Because that looked awesome at the beginning of the day. I almost feel like Costanza-ing everything. What I see, I'll just do the opposite. Well, let's bring up Apple. Again, Apple, of course, the big one. Both Apple and Amazon this afternoon. Amazon soon after the market closes, and then Apple, for whatever reason, likes to delay it until 4:30, keep people waiting. So, really no clue. And these are not back tested, Travis. Okay. And they're not bad. This is I just said this is a day that, I'm not getting a lot of follow through and things. That's all. These are not back tested strategies. They're ideas. And I like to see the idea, click on it, see what and then make a decision. Today, I'm just kind of kidding. Okay, Travis. Well, there's the driven guys, DRVN. Oh yeah. Do I ever short? But I'm not great at finding highs and shorting them. I'm finding lows and playing the bounce. I'm not great at that. Sarepta, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Sarepta is also an earnings play. Okay, just breaking down a little bit here. 106.66, the low of yesterday. Yeah, it was 105, so that's pretty close. But again, Travis, some days I just have to recognize that it's not the best day for my style of trading. It's really that simple. It's not that okay, then I just scrap my style of trading forever. It's just, you have to recognize I have to recognize some days are just not great for my style of trading. in which case then I'll just sort of sit back and do very little. We've got 242 days of trading or 232 days of trading in a year. Take 30 days off for holidays if you want. So that's 200 days of trading. I recognize that some days are not going to be as good. How to move around the dock layout? So have you created a dock? Hi. Like this, I mean, this is a little or minor one, but have you created a dock or a dock window? Can you hear me? Hi. Hudson guys, I have seen this one way back. So, I mean, even this, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, sure, it's moved, it's making another new high. Okay. But look, here was the alert 11:52. It's a long time ago. The alert was at 10:79. Hasn't even moved a dime. Okay. So, hi, did you hear me? I asked, have you ever created a dock window? I'm not on mute, am I? No, I don't think I'm on mute. Hola, Bano. No, I know I'm not on mute, but hi, I was kept asking hi if you could hear me. So I asked you a question. Have you ever created a docked window? Because you're asking how do you move it around? So I mean, if you've created one, you just grab it and move it. Okay, when you say a dark layout, is this just misspelling dock? You did create a dark layout, but I cannot move it from one screen to another. So when you said I created a dark layout, did you mean a dock layout? Well, Cubano, I'll bet you your English is better than my Spanish, so it is a snoozer, Denver. Because all you do is, I mean, if you created a dock layout, you just grab it at the top and left click on the top where you've named it and just move it. Okay, you just move it around. I move it to I've got three monitors. I just move them around. Here I've got this on another monitor. You just grab it at the top, left click, hold it, and then move it. Okay, well, you should just be able to go right to the top, where you've named it, left click on it, hold your mouse like on the left click, and now just move it. Oh, Mike. My feeling is that you haven't really created a docked layout, okay? Because it's simple to move it. Watch. Here's a layout. Whoops. Let's go. Sector status. So here is a layout. This could have been your layout, we'll say. Okay, and I just at the top, I just in the white area above anything that you've put into the dock, I just left click, hold it, and then I move it. Okay, just this is like a layout. I'm just moving it around. So my guess is that either it's not really a dock layout. Does it say D in the upper left-hand corner? If it says D in the upper left-hand corner, then just go into the white area right at the top here, at the border, I guess, and left click your mouse and keep holding it down and then just drag it. But if it doesn't see D, if it doesn't say D in the upper left-hand corner, then it's not a docked window or layout, whatever. See the D up here? The D up here? Well, lemonade is yeah, it's moving down. Not in it, but it is moving down, getting close. If you took this one, just be aware of that 200-day moving average. Let's see if this one gets into the 200-day and bounces, creating a bit of a bounce play. Kind of the reverse of run, which ran into the 200-day and got stopped in its tracks and moved down. So Leanne, yeah, I mean, I know you were aware of that 200 days. So I mean, you just have to be aware of it. No, not 100% it's going to stop it, but I would certainly want to be aware of it. In fact, if I were in this one, I'd be probably the closer it got to it, you know, I'd probably take some off in case it bounces way before it hits. Well, I'm glad I could offer you at least one nugget. Is there a way to highlight the alert number? No, I don't think so. If I understand your question, well, in fact, I think I have the count filter. Yeah, here it counts right here. Well, you can highlight it if it's above a certain number, like I've done here. Now, how I did that so long ago. The coloring is a real. So you've got a minimum count, right? And then what you want is, let's take a look down here. It looks like the whole thing is highlighted. Starts at 75. I guess it starts at, looks like it starts at 75. No, that one has 74. It looks like I'm highlighting any count over 75. It looks like. So how I did that, I can't remember. It's yeah, where the heck is it even? It is like literally years ago. Okay, and I haven't used color coding for like years. It seems. I don't even know where the coding is. I must be. Oh, here it is. Custom colors. Okay. You see, yeah. So I guess somehow it's triggering over 40. I don't know why it waited so long. Maybe the other filters weren't in place by that time. I can't even explain it. You know what? If you go to the guide, there might be an explanation on the guide. It's very, very convoluted. Okay. But evidently, I've said anything over 40, I want in blue, but everything's over 40, so it's kind of a moot point. Yeah, go to the guide and look at color coding or something like that. But it's not easy. It's certainly not intuitive. So, hi, are you saying that it's leaving some behind, or is it moving some? Are you saying when that is a D window and you grab it and it's moving, but it's leaving some behind? I don't know how I can help you. I mean, if it says D in the upper left-hand corner and you're left clicking on with your mouse pointer and you're doing what if you can see on my screen, just moving it around, it doesn't matter whether it's a layout or a window, it makes no difference. And if it's not doing that for you, I really can't help you. You're going to have to go to maybe an other form of tech support. I can tell you to go to support unless Pepe has an idea if he's here. I hate bothering him, but because again, if you're remember now, don't grab it here, right? You're not grabbing it on the A like here. Here's the momentum up. You have to grab it in the white area, right beside the D, right beside the D, or anywhere up here. But if you make sure that your pointer is like even what not on the D, but just to the little bit to the right of it, and now just move it around. If it's not moving around, I have no idea why it isn't. Really hard for me to know. Well, he says he did because he's got a D. He says he's got a D in the upper left-hand corner, and he says he's got windows in that D or scans or whatever he put in there. He says he does. You know what, guys? I'm not going to go to the marketing meeting, so I'm going to stick around. So, you know what I want to do with you, Hi, now that I'm just kind of is let's start a doc from scratch, okay? Just to make sure you are doing the right thing. So I'm going to click on new, and I'm going to click on docked window, okay? And so here it is. Here's the dock window. I'm going to give it a name. I'll call it Hi. Actually, what I like to do is I always like to start the dock window title with dock and then give it the name because then when I do a file search, I can just type in dock and I can see all of my dock windows. But anyway, so I'll do that. Okay. So here is this window. Here's this dock window called high. Now you should be able to do this right away. Okay, right away. There's nothing in it. If you can't do this by just creating a dock window, then I got no idea. Okay. And then I'll take, all I have to do now is I can put this, I'll put a couple of windows, a couple of scans into the dock. So I right click, duplicate into dock, and I'm sorry, into high. That's why I called it high. So I know which one to put it in. So there it is. Okay, there it is. And I'll take one more. I got something called 30-minute lows just hanging around. Right click, duplicate into high. So there it is. So these are now like tabs. Now at this point, you should be able to just do this. Typically, what you want to do is just move them around so you can see everything at once. But that's it. So if you did that and it's not working for you, I don't know how I can possibly help you. And docking is not, it's not necessary. It's just it's a feature. It's kind of nice to have. I don't have everything docked, but sometimes I'll take things that are similar and I'll put them in a dock window. All my dock 10-day daily breakout and down, I put in a dock window, but it's not necessary. So when you say the tray is moving, but not the entire, so are you saying that some of the windows that you thought you put in here are being left behind? And that's because you may have this is the tricky part. Sometimes when you grab a header, it moves out of the dock. Like the header of one of the scans, it moves out of the dock and you don't realize you've done that. So maybe that's what's happened. You can move it around, but it's not taking everything that you thought you put into the dock. Is that what's happening? No, Portolo keeps making, or Portillo, or Patillos, or Peticho, or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. Portillos. Making another new low here. Wow. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, there's the low on the daily chart, 1955. So it's a little bit below that low. So now when you start looking at a weekly chart, the next low is 1827. This has a chance to keep moving down. Has a dollar to the next low on the weekly chart. That is for the PTLO. Zeta, guys. Zeta. This is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Well, I mean, in a better environment, this would look really interesting over 950 because it's got room from 950 to 10. Well, Portillo making another new low here briefly. So you can see lemonade now. Yeah, it got a little bit close to that 200-day. Not that close, but how about the VWAP? I haven't talked about where's goods. I haven't talked about the VWAP at all today. 1869, so it's way below that. Carvana just took out the VWAP, guys. CVNA just took out the VWAP, I believe. 5146. So yeah, so it's a little bit below the VWAP right now. Oh, let's just do this for fun. I mean, just for fun. We're gonna get Carvana is there. We're gonna short 200 shares just to show you how you can do this and maybe use the VWAP as a stop. And then we'll put the stop at the VWAP. Now I haven't share size at all. I didn't look at that. I just want to show you how you can do this sort of stuff. And then we're going to add the stop. Say at 5150, just a little bit above the VWAP. That's how you can maybe become a VWAP player. Okay, you want to trade around the VWAP. Stock breaks from that down below. Okay, so there's the line. So if it moves back up to the VWAP, I'll be at $62 in the simulator. Oh, look here again, just to demonstrate the distance from the exit price now for DRVN is now 18 cents. Got out of the trade at 1638. It is now 18 cents above that. Again, good idea to have that just to see how good are your exits. Yeah, I mean, this could be interesting. I mean, there's the OMER. It's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, but looking left, looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. Well, my feeling, guys, is that we'll definitely be, well, I shouldn't say definitely, but 3 o'clock, more than likely be shutting the room down at 3. I'll always say later if there are questions, but right now this is pretty deadly. Oh yeah, remember Brush, the reverse split? Would you please tell me what your platform reads the price of W for V? Are you talking about what is the VWAP? 85. I have eight. We have 85.71. Hmm. About the same here. It's hard to eyeball this, but looks like it's about the same, 85.71, maybe 85.80 in that range. I would say 85.80. So we've got 85.71. Looks like TradingView is around 85.98. So there's a bit of a difference, but on an $85 stock, I'm not sure that makes that much of a difference, but I want to try something now. Okay, guys, what what I'm doing, I'm just testing out our charts again to see how responsive they are. And see if it, no, these are the HTML charts that they've been working on like mad for a long time. Meanwhile, I see that, oh no, Fever took a huge, huge hit down. Well, are you talking about the videos? Are you talking about the Trading 101, Tony? Which starts off with, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, or click on my homepage link, and then when you do that, you will see Trading 101. Okay, Trading 101. That should be, I think that's what you're looking for. Okay, guys, I'm just testing all this out. Okay, guys, I think you guys probably know what I've done, but oh, see how that worked? I put the short in, I put the stop in, and it took me out of the trade. Okay. So if you have a really tough time obeying your stop, you can always automate the procedure, even if you don't have, your broker will have a way to do it also. You don't have to be using Brokerage Plus, but just in general, if you have a really tough time obeying your stop, you can put the stop in your platform and just let it happen. Okay. Take all the emotion out of it. I just wanted to show you how that worked and how it took me out of the trade. Well, your lemonade is getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the properties or indicators. Oops. Okay, guys, 2:21. Another 40 minutes or so in the room. Just checking out some thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. I know what's happening. Just give me a moment. Ooh, yeah, just give me a moment, guys. And I don't know what happened to the font here. In fact, my entire font looks like it's going. Yep. Give me a moment, guys. Yep. I'm hearing. Okay, this could be interesting. BIP. BIP. It's an earnings play underneath the whole number. Looking left. Yeah, looks like it's coming into maybe a little bit of a support area. All right, guys. I'm gonna go over my homepage again one last time. Great time to ask questions if you have any. Really not doing much now. Okay, last my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see at the top here. You want to take out a subscription, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do want an annual subscription, I can give you a better promo code of 25%. You just have to let me know. Getting started, you must do the get started. If you take out a subscription, take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101, again, if you're new to trading, a great course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created this one at the beginning of the pandemic when his everybody was working at home and his wife is a nurse, I think, so she was at home. So he basically said, "Honey, I'm going to teach you how to trade." So we started off with what is a stock, okay, and went through the entire progression. Okay, daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. Both of these are free, of course. The education section, big education section is here. And here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. And this right from here, the breakout and the option plays. This is what I really concentrate on. I do have other scans, but you know what? If all I could have would be these ones, that's all I do. So again, this is a free room. Let's keep it free. If you want to take out a subscription at some point, please use my homepage link and then use that promo code. The room will get credit. Okay, the company then knows the room is working, paying for itself, etc. Obviously, this is used as a marketing tool. I try not to be too overbearing about it, but a couple times a day, I will talk about how to take out a subscription. So again, save my link, save my homepage link. Not only for that, but you can then take a look at my scans anytime you want and that education section. What I've tried to do in this section is probably put most of the links that you'd like to find from our homepage. So you don't have to scour for things. You can find most of the things that most people want will be here in terms of education. How do you set up the scanner to catch a weak trend as in lemonade? Well, first of all, lemonade is an earnings play, so you should know that, number one, okay? And now let me just see, where did lemonade show up on my scanners? So this was an earning. So this actually showed up on my option scanner originally at 11.11, and the price was 18.32. Okay, so you can have my option scanner. How's that? Okay, I mean that this anything in brown is a suggestion to go short. Anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long. So that's where the alert happened. You can see that blue arrow. Okay, right there, that upward arrow. That's where the alert happened. After that, it was pretty steadily down. So you could have used that. This one, just looking to see, but it is an earnings play. Would have seen this yeah, you would have seen this. Number one, you would have seen this in the pre-market. So if you have my pre-market, let me just show you. If you have click on my homepage link, and I have it in there. Well, any scanner can pick up anything, Shekar. Okay. No, here's the thing. Any scanner that I could create a scanner for you that could pick up absolutely anything just about. The problem is that by reducing filters, more than likely to pick up something that probably is just kind of consolidating along and not doing anything, is then you could get the one that you'd like to see, but you might get 20 others that you don't want to see. Okay. Now you asked, did Moderna, but let me get back to this. If you click here and my pre-market actives down, would have for sure picked up lemonade in the pre-market as something to potentially watch. Okay, that's number one. And you can do a lot of work in the pre-market. Actives up, actives down, and for sure because I'm just looking left, or I'm looking. Look where lemonade closed yesterday. I guess up here at 22, and in the pre-market it was down to 21. So that would have been a big enough percentage move down that you would have seen it if you use that pre-market gap down, not gap down, but the pre-market movers down. Number one. After that, you can make up your mind. Wow, do I want to follow this? But my option scanner picked it up right here, and I can tell you the reason probably why it didn't pick it up earlier. Some filters weren't met. In my option scanner, I got. It's possible that the auction volume wasn't at 150% at that time. Bunch of reasons, why it wouldn't have picked it up, why it may not have picked it up right there, for instance, 15 minutes before. And so again, if you say, well, why don't you reduce the filters? So that would pick it up here. I could do that. But for every lemonade that happens, you may get 10 others that don't do this. You see? So there's always going to be a trade-off. Now, you asked, did the scanner pick up Moderna? Well, first of all, Moderna, I think, is outside my price range. Yeah. So could it would a scanner have picked up Moderna? Yeah, but it's outside of my price range. Most of my I think my max is at 50 in most of my scanners. But when you say before a crash, I mean it's only down 0.34%. I don't see that it's actually crashing. You're talking about from 114 down to 119. I mean, you could create a scanner that says, biggest moves in 15 minutes, moves down in 15 minutes, as an example. Biggest percentage moves down in 15 minutes, or biggest dollar moves down in 15 minutes. You would catch Moderna, but you may catch 10 others that don't do this. I'm not saying it's impossible to catch something like this, but just understand that you may get a lot of others. The relative volume isn't even that great. I mean, it's only 2 times normal. So again, I'm not trying to hammer this point, but when you said that did the scanner pick up Moderna before it crashed? If you're asking about my scanners, no, because it's outside the price range that I have all my filters in. But could a scanner pick this up? Yes. Believe me, it's a common question. Shekar. I mean, I want an alert window or a top list window or something that will show me that stock that I saw today. Absolutely created for you. But again, it may introduce a lot of other ones that aren't that interesting. That's why I like to have a relative volume minimum in all my scans of 3. So Moderna would not have ever showed up for me, as an example. Again, guys, the importance of having a stop. I was very happy with the fever. I mean, look left on the weekly, it looks great. You know what? I just didn't like the way it was trading, got out, and now it's just been drifting down, down, down. For me, it's been that sort of a day in the things that, set up. I mean, for me, this is a primo setup. Lots of room looking left over the whole number, earnings play. The relative volume was okay. There's a lot of things going for it, but they don't all work. And yeah, this miserable one for me, the ZXC. Another new low, guys. Even Pack B was miserable for me. But DXE was especially miserable. This was my number one focus for the day, to short it. I guess an argument could have been made. I could have taken around 1923, but you still don't know because I mean, it was just so very, very choppy. Look at that 915, up, down, market opens 930, big topping tail. bottoming tail. Even here, it doesn't look as bad, but I remember this right here. It wasn't as, my opinion, it wasn't as pretty as this. Anyway, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Man, I can't remember. Do you guys remember the stock I was talking about that was an all-time high that didn't show up on this in the pre-market because it didn't trade at all, but it was an all-time high? You guys remember which one that was? I forgot to mark it down. Yeah, I just can't remember what it was. Ah, thank you. Olivia. Well done. It was Ethan Allen. Well done. Now, what's the symbol? If I can type it in. ETD. Thank you. So you can watch this one tomorrow, guys. All-time high for Ethan Allen, ETD. Doesn't trade very much. That's the only issue. Only it's an earnings play today. Big. Look at this move off earnings. So maybe tomorrow it has a continuation. Doesn't trade very much though, guys. 518,000 shares, and that's 6 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see this just doesn't trade very much. And it is a low float, 22 million in the float, which is very low for a $35 stock. So, but it to me it's crazy because it released earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction whatsoever, none in the pre-market. It only started trading at 9:30. There was no action at all for this one in the pre-market. And yet look what it did. Okay, I'm going to do it, Pepe. Ooh, maybe it's only going the other way. I got rid of the browser interface. It seems to slow down my machine. Yeah, exactly. It's when I change to the browser interface, that's what screws it up. So let's do it. No. Okay, guys, 20 minutes. Questions? Any questions? Only if I use the Edge browser. How's that? Wonder what would happen if I use the Edge browser here instead of the Chrome browser. Bill, I can answer that question in 5 seconds. Well, maybe not. Okay. So if you notice our chart, so here are my charts. Yeah, so not linked to the rest. Yeah, you know how to do that though, right? So these charts right here, these three charts, if I right click and I click on properties, symbol linking or symbol link, basically only two options. Okay. Make sure it says say link to all though over here. And that little pop up, that's checked also. But symbol linking or not symbol link. So these three charts, I've got that checked. Whereas the SPY chart, I look at, unfortunately, you can't see it, but you have to trust me because it's popped on my other monitor and it is unchecked. Okay. So now I want to make some thumbnail charts. And if they're free floating, if it, well, so you want to make a thumbnail chart. So if it were free floating, if it were free floating, well, I think the simplest way to do is just keep duplicating. So I can right click, duplicate. Okay. Right click, duplicate. So I got a bunch of, so all these charts are unchecked. And now I can put my, whatever I want to put in here. I want to put Macy's. So these are now thumbnail charts. Okay. So now these are all thumbnail charts. Now what I do, of course, I don't have them that big. I sort of shrink them a bit. Oh, I see. I see. I think it's, yeah, I think it's a term that's used by most people for the thumbnail. We call it thumbnail charts. I think it's used by most people. But you're right. There's not something that says, okay, make a thumbnail out of this chart. No. And the idea of having thumbnail charts, just in general for people, is that you may have some stocks that you might want to follow all day long chart wise. Okay. So that's what I do. I have some thumbnail charts on my other monitor. And so, I'll be able to glance at the monitor and take a look to see if anything interesting is happening with any one of the thumbnail charts. And I don't have a crazy number. I've just got eight. And of course, I can change the thumbnail charts anytime. In other words, I may be thumbnailing something. Typically, what I do is in the pre-market, I say, okay, let's thumbnail these charts because I might want to follow them all day long. But maybe something happens and I don't like it anymore, and another chart becomes more interesting to me. So I just change it into another chart to follow. Another disaster. Look at this save guys, Spirit Airlines. This is the disaster. Already, well, this was a disaster yesterday, but not because of earnings and not necessarily even because people thought this was going to happen. But remember, the whole market was down. So, but earnings and just getting crushed here. Well, not crushed, down 7%, but only, on a percentage basis, 11% lifetime low, 11% means if I took the top and the bottom, it's just 11% below the bottom. On that one, Z, I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds horrific if it happened. Mm, disaster. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I got it. Oh, I see some of you are toying with the idea of rad. We still have no reason for this, right? We still have no reason for this one, for for that move yesterday. Not that there has to be a reason, but I don't think that we could ever find a reason for this rat other than the fact it's a high short float percent. And maybe some Reddit group got a hold of it yesterday and decided to pump it. Other than that, I don't know. But how is WBA doing? Because WBA, look what WBA did yesterday. That basically was the rad move. Okay, right there. And WBA owns a lot of the rad stores now. Not all of them, but I think Williams had not all of them, but certainly purchased a lot of the rad real estate, grade A. Can it do? Well, I'm sure you're just asking that rhetorically. Sure. I think that's what people are maybe, hoping for. Anybody taking this now is thinking, wow, could it do a tup? Could it do a yell? They aren't bankrupt quite yet. That's right. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. What is the name? Are you talking? This is the single stock window. Was that you're talking about the right corner window? This one here. This is just a single stock window. What we call a single stock window. And what you see here, this is all customizable. This is just what I want to see. So if you look at it, and I can configure it. So what I could add in the single stock window, okay, here are all the different filters that I could have in. These are just filters. All they like the short float, the option volume today, stock pump. All these things are just filters, and I could. But this is, so this is customized for what I want. But some of you might want financial stuff, fundamentals. You want the market cap, shares outstanding, held by insiders, institutions, stuff like that. So it's just customizable. Okay. And so if I wanted one of these to add, I just have to, I would say cash as an example. I could click on show column now, and then it would be added here. I don't want to, but you see, all I'm saying is this is what I like to see. Every time I click on an alert, first thing I do is check over here. I like to see what the float is, what the relative volume is. Yeah, it's on my homepage. It's on my homepage. But remember, it may not be what you want to see. Okay. Oops, just a minute. I'll answer your question in a moment, Raga Richie. Sorry. Okay, I got it right now. So if you click on my homepage link and go up to my homepage, scroll down until you see my scans, and then single stock window. Single stock window. Okay, and that'll be this. So, so your question about using the no, I don't. It's more designed for swing trading. Okay, so I just haven't found a real way for me to use it. There were a couple of scans that I didn't mind, but the problem is I have to make a decision all the time. How many scans do I want? How overwhelmed do I want to be? Do I want to be? With all the number of alerts, I've got plenty right now, and I love the option plays, and I love this. I could probably get rid of this. Okay, I keep this here just because sometimes you'll get something that is not optionable, and it'll appear here. So just in case that happens. But no, I don't use it. Well, I believe you need a margin account or short stocks in any brokerage. Okay, not just IB. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you need a margin account or short stocks in virtually all brokerages. But I may be wrong, but certainly at IB. Now you move, you miserable. Well, Sorry, guys, I'm just having a little bite here. Yes, it is a new high of the day. And that we're talking about the FSLY, of course, but well, we'll have to see what sort of day it is tomorrow. See if it's a little more trend following for the stuff that I look at anyway. Shorting gets a bad name. It just gets a bad name. I mean, maybe if you swing short, which I would never do, but I hardly swing long either. So, but if you short in intraday, anything can happen, of course. But I've never seen. I should not say never. But if you're hanging around and sure, can a stock spike on you when you're in a short? But you should have a stop in place. And if it blows through your stop, you should be sitting there anyway. But I mean, it so rarely happens. And there are some things that, some shorts that you probably should stay away from anyway. Like a low float short. I probably, I wouldn't, I more than likely, I can't remember the last time I shorted like a low float stock because, yeah, it could turn around on a dime and blow through your stop. So, just some little bit of common sense, I think, on what you short. No, I don't short, I don't swing trade shorts. No. But I also hardly swing trade long, so I'm the wrong person. It's not a list. It's called the single stock window. Was I? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that just a repeat. Sorry, my text scrolled up. I thought you were asking the question again, Jose. See, that would have been an awesome trade for me if it had done that right here, right there, just right there, and had that move, from here just up there. So my timing wasn't good on this one. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. It is 3:01. Are there any other questions? If there are questions, I will certainly stick around. Don't be shy. I don't have to go, but I will. If there are no questions, I think I'll just wrap this up today. Oh, you seriously? Oh, you didn't hear me. I don't use it. I don't use it because it's mainly designed, I think, for swing trading, the anchored VWAP and all. And there were a couple of scans that I was sort of interested in, but so I guess you didn't hear my whole explanation. So, but I'm way more interested in these two for me personally, okay? This idea here. And so to start to introduce more scans, it's just going to overwhelm me with things to look at. Okay. Now, if it ever comes to a point where, these ones aren't giving me the sort of looks that I want, yeah, maybe. But right now, this is all I need. So I don't There's always, you always run the risk of having too much information coming at you. So I just don't need that. And we're talking about the anchored VWAP. Okay. But that doesn't mean others might look at that and go, this is awesome. They maybe pick a couple of scans from there, and that's all they do all day long. And that's fine. All right, guys, I think that is it. Okay. I'm going to shut the room down now. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll do the same with you guys now.